Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is another episode with Scott, and I think we're just going to keep continuing doing these episodes as well as the upcoming other special guest episodes. So yeah, that's about it, and I hope you enjoyed the episode. Cheers, guys. Okay, so this is the holiday special, and without Wookiees though. There's no Wookiees. Well, except actually you're kind of looking a bit hairier than usual, so you're maybe the Wookiee for the day.
I'll pantomime the rest of the dialogue.
And we're gonna cover Omicron today, and Biden and the antigen tests, Trump and his the sadness that's come his way on his pro-vax position. And then we're going to talk about Christopher Hitchens. And for that, I have a little bit of Johnny Walker left. So I feel that's appropriate.
I need to go.
But you're smoking. So you're smoking cigarettes, and I'm drinking Johnny Walker Black
now because I want to get some whiskey.
Oh, okay.
Make the cigarette count.
But then you'll be full Hitchens, and I'll only be half Hitchens without my smoke. Okay.
Okay. Now you've been out Hitchens. Did he ever smoke cigars?
I don't think so. No. That wouldn't seem his style. He was pretty really left and Trotskyist early on, so that would be a pretty bougie Tory thing to do, to smoke cigars. I think cigarettes were more like the solidarity with the working class smoke.
Did he drink cheap whiskey too?
Not well. It was mostly.
I don't know what he drinks, but I kind of doubt it.
Mostly. No, he. I never heard of him. It was always Johnny Walker. It seemed in any picture he either had red or black, and even later in life, he wasn't. Maybe I don't know why anybody would buy red. Red is so shitty, but it was mostly Johnny Walker, red and black. But maybe just because he drank so much that he would have to cheap out and get the red sometimes.
Okay.
But I think black was his weapon of choice. So yeah, nothing that expensive. But yeah, I never heard him talk about any particular single malts that he would dig into a lot. Just Johnny Walker all day, all the time. So, or were you going to go run and get some scotch?
Yeah, let's.
Okay. We're pause for already scotch break. All right, so we're back. Scott got some makers with the delightful wax seal. Tasty.
Oh, what?
Tasty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now nice and warm, and I'm just bracing for the aftershock, and it hasn't hit me yet, which is unusual.
What's the aftershock?
Oh, just where it goes down, and you're like, okay, it went down, and then all of a sudden,
oh, the warm fuzzy feeling.
Yes. Or the warm fuzzy feeling kind of creeps up on me, but there's I don't know if you've seen Three Amigos.
Oh, when I was a little kid.
And they're like, oh, this is nothing. And then all of them I get that a lot because I'm a lightweight. I don't drink a lot or regularly.
Mm-hmm.
So usually a glass of wine or two does me quite well.
Yeah, on Christmas Day I bought it, I think shortly after Christmas last year, and I've just been holding on to it. But the Johnny Walker sample pack, so it had the black, the double black, not the green, but the gold, the 18, and the blue. And I mainly bought it because I wanted to try the blue, and I didn't want to probably be just a stupid amount for a shot at a bar, and an actual bottle's $280, and I figured it'd be overrated, but I wanted to try it. Yeah. And so I was watching The Fellowship of the Ring, and then just had them all laid out, and was just dipping between them all, even though every sample bottle is so small, but you put all of them together and it was a quarter of a liter. So that's a third of a bottle. So by the time I had all the samples, I was like, oh, well, hello, I'm feeling that now. So yeah, doesn't take much to hit me either.
Okay, how about we start with the news and get that out of the way real quick?
We'll start with So we'll start with all the new stuff, Trump and Biden, and then what's going on with Omicron, and then we'll come back to Hitchens.
Yeah. So
okay,
I mean, we're recording this the 28th, and Omicron is taking over, or has taken over. I believe
it has assumed control.
Yeah. From the Indiana website, they're still saying it's dominated by Delta, which kind of tells me how well they're really keeping track of these things. But it's very most likely all Omicron. The ICUs are down to, I believe, about 12% in Indiana, which is the lowest they've ever been. Fingers crossed. Let's hope they don't have to triage. And so hospitalizations up, infections are up, but so far deaths aren't following. Fingers crossed. And ultimately, it looks like we got lucky in some ways. This could have been a lot worse, but in other ways, it was kind of the sweet spot of being dangerous and deadly, but not enough for most people to take it seriously. And so I just kind of did a mind exercise of what would it take? What would we behave differently if it were twice as deadly? 5 times, 10 times as deadly? Would it have made a difference? I think it would have, especially if it were 5 times worse. But
I think that's pretty relevant to even the original reaction with the original strain, because what I felt was going on in spring of 2020 and in late winter, I should say, 2020 and spring, was a lot of people weren't paying attention, and then governments start to react, and then a whole bunch of people just panicked, and then it almost and a lot of that panic was actually warranted, and it's better to have some degree of panic than to do like just absolutely nothing. But hard, precautionary, sober approach would have been wiser. But anyway, so the idea, it seemed, was that since COVID, the initial COVID spread so much, but not that many people died, with just below 1%, or I'm not even sure if there's still that much of consensus as to what the precise number is. I imagine it'll take.
It's about 1 out of 400, yeah.
Yeah, it'll probably take a couple of years to really get a really acute figure, but it seemed like a lot of people were almost embarrassed that they were freaked out a bit at first. They weren't paying attention to anything going on. Like even I remember that I think it was in January of 2020 when there was the assassination by Trump's decree of the Iranian general, and then there was a lot of that fanatical, absurd concern that people had out of the blue. Is like, this is going to spark a major war. And I thought, are you kidding me? And so like that was going on, and there was other shenanigans involving Trump that people were paying attention to, but there didn't seem definitely there wasn't nearly enough attention, even though there was a lot of headlines covering it. This new virus coming out of China,
right?
And where I was in January, I was going, oh fuck, please don't be a big deal. And so, a lot of people just went from like zero attention to like maximum attention really fast. And then I think they almost felt like a bit embarrassed that they got so worried. And it's like, oh well, this is only killing like 0.6% of people who are infected, and they're all like really old. And then there's just sort of this muddy thinking that it's like, well, if for each individual infected, if it doesn't kill that many, it's not that big of a deal. But so I heard, like, actually it's in his book, but then it was also when Christakis was talking to Rogan, he was trying to get the point across that it's like, well, which is worse? If you have a disease, I can't remember the exact numbers he threw out, but the notion will be the same. It's like, do you want a disease where, 0.1% people get infected, but it's tens of millions of people get infected, or something where 10% of people infected die, but only 1,000 people get infected? It's like, well, obviously the one where way more people infected, but like the case fatality is really, really low. Yeah, you'd rather have, the Ebola, or I think he was probably trying to draw more parallels between SARS-1 and SARS-2.
Right.
And so that really happened a lot. And then there was the general idea is like, oh, well, I heard a lot of people saying this over many, many months, 2020. Oh, as we feared, inferring everybody had the same uniformed level of fear, which doesn't make any sense. It was actually way worse than I feared.
Right.
And so compared to what I was hoping what might happen, it was way worse.
I thought 200,000 for the US was going to be on the high side.
Yeah, exactly, something like that. And so I feel the same sort of things happening with Omicron, is that it's like, oh, well, it's milder, so that it's not that big of a deal. It might work out what some people are saying. It's like, oh, well, it's good. Everybody's going to get infected.
Herd immunity, finally.
Right. As if for
the 50th time in the last two years. Yes. Yeah. This time it's for sure. Herd immunity. We're saved.
Yeah, that was the position of the naysayers in like April of 2020. It's like, oh, well, we shouldn't do anything because Sweden's going to have full herd immunity by autumn. You'll see by Halloween, there's just going to be herd immunity in Sweden, and it's going to be away, and we're all going to have pie on our face. And so that didn't occur. So yeah, I feel like that's sort of happening with Omicron. And I can't remember. What did you ask? How I got started on that?
On Omicron?
Yeah. About like with it being less deadly and all that.
I think it was the thought exercise of what if it was twice as deadly?
Oh, right.
5 times as deadly. I mean, if it was 5 times as deadly, you're well over 1% IFR.
Yeah. Well, if it was 5% IFR and had this level of vaccine evasion and in this level of infection rate, well, it'd be just everybody would just be welding themselves in their homes. It would just be an absolute. It would be like the Contagion film. But if it was more if it was more deadly, then even though it doesn't necessarily, well, if it was more deadly with this high level of infection, like I think, people would be reacting differently and rightfully so. But I think there would also be a different reaction if it was actually less infectious than Delta, but twice as deadly. I think that would elicit a totally different response, even though with this, we're not sure what the outcome's going to be yet. It's still really early. So as I was sort of going over before we hit record off air, like what my concern is still at this point, and has been for a couple of weeks, is that, if it's how much less deadly is it? Because if it's like half, but then there's quintuple the infections, well, eventually we're going to see a delayed response in hospitalizations. But when that starts to hit, it's just going to be a tsunami. And hopefully that doesn't occur. But that's much worse.
Yeah, with knock-on effects of other people with unrelated ailments unable to get treatment, supply chain disruptions, et cetera, et cetera. Speaking of supply chain disruptions, let me just throw out a quick economic take. We are definitely experiencing inflation. And I say we on a global basis. All humanity is suffering from inflation,
not just America.
Right. And America's got lots of advantages. And we're kind of seeing that because the dollar is actually gaining over other currencies. Because when you're looking for a currency of choice, what are you going to do? Go to the yen? Nah. Go to the pound? I don't know. Go to the euro? I don't know. The dollar's the crappiest currency except for all the others.
Right. So that's always been the case. But so is it just more? So is that recent modification then even more in favor of the dollar just because people have even less confidence in their domestic currencies?
I think, yeah, if I were a Forex trader, which I am not, but if I were, I would think that the dollar is going to continue to gain because the rest of the world, I think, is in much worse fiscal and financial shape. And especially those that have dollar denominated debts. If their currency is falling in value faster than the dollar, then their debt value is going up, and there may be some cascading financial crises to hit next year. On the upside, we don't know if this inflation is sustained, right? There's the whole inflation and expectations thing, and we get to really test that theory, right? Whether people's expectations of inflation is going to propel inflation just by itself with no other factors. I'm certainly not thinking that most of the West is going to have hyperinflation. We may have elevated inflation, Turkey notwithstanding. Turkey's got plenty of other problems. But if you look at like a counterfactual, I mean, say we did nothing. We didn't, spend. Now, when I say we, I mean the United States. We didn't spend $5 trillion, in payments and payment protection programs and UBI, essentially unemployment. If we didn't spend all that money, would we have that inflation? And I think that we would have, because that would have meant more supply disruptions. That would mean less productivity, but still a certain level of consumption that people would have. And, with same demand and less supply, prices are going to have to go up. So I think that the inflation that we're having is more or less unavoidable, but is it sustained? Is it going to keep going? And I'm not so sure about that. We got the supply chain disruptions, which are likely to carry on for a while, and that's going to cause imports and that sort of thing. Prices are going to go up, and the deglobalization movement in general is probably going to push prices up in that way. Even as U.S. and other countries are retooling to become a little bit more self-sufficient. But I don't think we're going to have massive fiscal spending, over and over. I don't think, we're going to have trillions and trillions more of new bill proposals that, throw a bunch of money into the system.
So is that going to be the return of the fashionable austerity post financial crisis? Or is it just like the big spending bills are going to be hard to be politically viable because the scapegoat of all the inflation by the usual suspects, and it's the same in my neck of the woods as your neck of the woods, is that it's all just the spending bills to compensate for the various sorts of shutdowns, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. And the more we got to spend, that the more there's going to be consequences for that. But Biden's infrastructure plan went through with decent bipartisan support.
And what ended up happening there? Because I was reading a bit on Manchin was throwing some sticks in the spokes, but
he was throwing sticks in the spokes of the Build Back Better plan.
Oh, okay.
Which included a hefty environmental package along with it, and which is not compatible with the donors in Manchin's state,
right?
And so we got the infrastructure spending done, which, although it doesn't seem to be, we're building new bridges and building new airports and ports and that sort of thing. Not so much of that. It's mostly, a decade or two of deferred maintenance that we're finally putting money in. But this thing is more of a capital investment in that there are returns in fixing your bridges and fixing your airports and ports and that sort of thing. And that I believe will largely pay for itself. The Build Back Better plan, maybe not. And I think the fact that there's not much appetite for much more spending, and like you said, there's probably going to be an austerity backlash in the U.S. as well as elsewhere.
As helpful as that always is.
And got plenty of ambivalent feelings about that. But without that additional spending, where's the inflation going to come from? And the only place I can think of is there's going to be a whole lot more supply disruptions that we haven't quite understood how they're going to impact us, and inflation expectations. Everybody wants a raise. Companies feel like, especially companies with pricing power like Apple, who are like, we can charge $1,000 to, $1,300 for an iPhone, and people are going to pay it no matter what. That might, they'll be able to move with the market, and, but we don't know whether those things are going to just like perpetuate inflation into the future. So, I mean, and then there's the Federal Reserve, which everybody believes controls the world, and I'm not so sure about that. I think my favorite meme for the Federal Reserve is Austin Powers in his little golf cart trying to turn around in a narrow hallway. And it's like, right. they can only do the levers that they have to manage employment and inflation. They're twin men.
They move things half a degree at a time. Yeah.
Right. They don't have much moving room in either direction. I mean, they can't really lower rates much, and if they raise rates much, it may blow shit up. just because so much of the world business government is financialized on low rates, that if those rates go up, and a lot of that's just revolving credit, so it's renewed all the time. If those rates go up, then a whole bunch of financial models that are dependent on low rates will no longer be viable. And
is there big pressure to
I'm sure
to unnaturally boost up rates because big savers are pissed because they're getting hammered by inflation?
Yeah. But, just saving ain't what it used to be. It used to be people put money in a savings account or a certificate of deposit. Easy. But nowadays it's all market driven, and everybody knows that everybody knows that if you expect any kind of return, that you got to invest in equities and stocks and real estate and that sort of thing. So we're probably creating another bubble in there, which,
that's
who knows how long that, it could last 10 years for all we know. But I don't think people are necessarily saving their money just in a bank. They're trying to invest it in something. Whether it's Bitcoin or whether it's stocks or just a straight index fund that just tracks the market. You just buy the S&P and buy everything. And so far, that model, which I think just about everybody agrees is ultimately unsustainable. Just nobody agrees on when it's going to blow up. So the smartest prediction is to say, yes, it's going to blow up, and just never say when.
Now, so you mentioned that the inflation rates are, mostly going to be tied in with, or in a large part going to be tied in with the supply chain issues. One thing that's always puzzled me is it seemed that, there's been various disruptions over time that have sort of added to it and just sort of exacerbate the present issue. But it for the most part, for a little over a year, it's been just this endless purgatory of trying to play catch up, but never ever being able to do so. How are they ever going to get to the point where they can catch up with all these bottlenecks that just never seem to be going away?
Yeah, that's a big question, of which I've got no additional insight to. I mean, I'm hoping Build Back Better, or not build, but the infrastructure bill may help with some of that. I'm just speaking on behalf of the U.S. now. But, those projects are paced over at least 5 years. And so, we're probably not going to see the results of that anytime soon. In the meantime, it's not looking good for supply chains. There's some mixed incentives as far as the ports go, as far as the truckers go. A lot of truckers aren't paid by the hour. And so ports are taking advantage of that by
pretty much all truckers aren't paid by the hour. It's pretty much always mile.
Yeah. So they're having to pay for it by waiting in line, doing nothing, just trying to get their load on or get their load off. And warehouses and ports are taking advantage of that because it's not extra cost to them. Mm-hmm. So we got some perverse incentives going on. We got the deglobalization movement. Biden seems to be just as anti-China as Trump ever was, and most of Congress is feeling that same way. And lots of companies, including Intel, Intel, are starting to build factories locally. But, those things take time, especially chip factories. They take a couple of years to build and actually get running. And So maybe we'll come out on the other side of this a little bit more self-sufficient and maybe more efficient, because Chinese labor isn't what it was 10 years ago. It's a whole lot more expensive, and it's a lot more favorable of a proposition to bring some manufacturing back to the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And but I don't see an end to the supply chain stuff this year or next year, unfortunately.
Well, I would imagine not this year.
And right.
3 days. Come on. Let's get together, people.
It's all
Fix
fixed.
This shit.
We're good.
Just boom, boom, done. Got it fixed.
The other side of that is the Great Resignation. And we've seen a little bit of lull in that, but then again, it's Christmas bonus season. So we may see another surge in the new year. And, the labor market's tight. And so it's pushing wages up. And we're like, whose wages is it pushing up? It seems like there's pressure on the bottom of the wages. Just looking at, all the signing bonuses that you see in the food service industry. But I think that might be one contention I would have to that is that might be specific pressures isolated to that industry. Like one thing I've always been uncertain about is that I feel this ties back to people being alarmist about all these labor shortages and just nobody wants to work because the evil, scary subsidies, and then it always points to service industries. Well, there might be more of an issue of just people not wanting to go to those jobs for fear of infection and all that jazz. So, like maybe if there seems to be a pressure on, I would just be weary of thinking that there's like a wholesale pressure on lower wages and not just isolated to certain sectors because of very particular reasons. You're doubtful that there's wholesale pressure, or you think that the pressure is broad?
No, not broad. Like very selective. Okay. Like you mentioned, service and like restaurants and stuff, and that might be not because there's going to be a new pressure on bringing up all wages at bottom level, but it just might be particular circumstances regarding just people not wanting to touch those sectors in the last year or so.
Right, they're disincentivized,
because of virusy reasons. Yeah, so
they're doing other things. They're maybe moving with their parents, or their parents are moving with them,
or just finding another low wage job. Yeah. Work. I'd rather work in the warehouse instead of fucking Boston Pizza.
Yeah. I think that the payment protection and the unemployment has kind of given people at the bottom fifth a chance to breathe for a minute, and a lot of them get a chance to reevaluate what they want to do. Most of them in the low end jobs don't want to stay there, and so this breathing room is giving them a chance to go shopping for a better job, to retrain, and to start a business. And I suspect, a couple of the next great American businesses and, billion-dollar unicorn startups have been started in the past couple of years.
No, everybody was just playing video games and watching Netflix. We're going to see a new
crop of... Yeah, we'll see. I certainly played a lot of video games. But that's what I do. And when you're stuck at home and you can't go to the movies and you can't go to the park and you can't go skydiving, what else is there to do? So, where was I going with this?
I don't know. I
think people are have been. I think my point was that people have been given a lot of options that they otherwise wouldn't have had to either change jobs, work for themselves, whether it's B&B or Uber or start their own business, and that breathing room was just enough to tighten up the labor market, and so is that going to result in inflation? And I think to a certain extent, yeah. Just if the cost of labor at the low end is going to go up, those people spend money on products and services as opposed to investments. And so there might be an increased demand there. But if that is the case, that increased demand is only going to lead to overall increase of economic activity and growth. So that might be for the best. On a personal level, I don't mind paying $8 to $10 for a value meal at your burger drive-through, if I know that those people are being paid a little bit more money. If they're not desperate and they, can get a certain level of comfort.
But are most people going to feel that way, and they're just going to are they going to have just sort of an unconscious visceral reaction to having increased cost in the typical amount of that regular expense, and are going to react differently?
Yeah, which is going to be worse, the price increases or the wage increases. And so far, I think that the wage increases at the low end are probably going to outpace prices. Just Chipotle, for example, so that they're going to have to raise prices, or that raising the wage to like 15, which is like maybe a 30% increase, would lead to like I think 5%, 10% increase in prices. So there's a big gap there. That's just one single case. But ultimately, I think if a lack of desperation at the bottom end can lead to a lot of positive knock-on effects elsewhere, as far as stress, as far as healthcare, as far as childcare goes. And maybe the best measurement for that is see how well the pawn shops are doing. If the pawn shops are making bank, then it's probably bad. If payday loans start going back up, and I mean the total savings rate has gone up during the pandemic. I'm not sure where all that savings lies. I have a feeling that it's in the top 10% and whatnot. But payday loans, I think, would probably be if I had some sort of access to a bar graph, a histogram of a payday loan balance. I think that would be a very good proxy for how well the bottom fifth of the people are doing.
Yeah, I imagine if you took that, credit card debt, suicide rates, that would, you could probably get, you took those three, you could probably get a pretty good idea as to shifts year to year. So
So I'm very hopeful as far as that goes.
So what is the inflation rate at now in the United States?
I think according to the CPI, it's like 3.5, 4. The real inflation is probably around 5.5.
So it hasn't gone up that much in the last few months.
No. Well, we had an alarming one a couple months ago. I think October was exceptionally high. But
I thought I heard a 6 at some point.
Right. They do those year over year. And so October of 2021 was, 6% higher than 2020. Oh my God, we're getting inflation. But, that's just 1 month. So, you can't get much of a gauge over just 1 month. These things come out over time. I mean, if you get a progressively climbing rate, 6%, 6.5, 6.9, okay, then yeah, it's time to get nervous. So far, we haven't seen that yet, but it's probably going to be around 5% for the next 18 months. So that sucks. So don't shove your money in the mattress.
Yeah.
If you got a 401k, if you got a HSA, if you got some way of tax deferment, go that way. Invest it in stuff, whether it's in equities or Bitcoin or just yourself, education. There's, a massive labor mismatch of job openings where they don't have the skills, and people without skills that that you're never too old to learn.
Yeah, just don't hold on to mounds of cash. Not a good idea.
Right. Yeah. I'm not at the point where I want to short the dollar, right? I'm not at the point where I want to max out my credit and start buying, I don't know, apartments or something like that. Not like I could. But I wouldn't get a home equity loan, just to buy Bitcoin, even though I'm fairly bullish on Bitcoin. There's so many unknowns, and what's George Soros doing? Watch that guy, because he's when he smells a bargain as far as like currencies go, he's very often right.
Oh, you mentioned Soros. Alex Jones is coming for us now.
Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Come at me, bro. And right after you finish beating up on Trump, which brings us to a great segue.
Yeah, great segue to Trump. I was hoping to cover Biden before Trump because I felt like that was going to be more boring. But yeah, let's get to Trump. So
okay.
So
Trump in August says vaccine good,
yeah.
And he got booed, and he's like, no, it's okay, you guys. It's the vaccine is good, trust me. And then he kind of kept his mouth shut for a little bit.
So did you watch the whole interview with Candace Owens?
Oh gosh, no.
I didn't. Sometimes I'll subject myself to these things, but I hate her so much with such a burning passion. I see her talking and I want to just fucking throw up. She's so shitty. It's a competition in my mind between her and Tim Pool, like who I hate the most. Right.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I think I hate Tim.
At least Candace is cute.
She's kind of cute, and she dresses. She has really good style. She wears nice clothes. She looks good. Like Tim Pool's shitty, and he looks like the guy's like my age, and he dresses like a fucking 14-year-old. He's just and he's Tim Pool. So at least Candace Owens is nice to look at.
Right.
But yeah, there's no way I could watch. I was hoping. I thought maybe if it was 20 minutes, I don't even know how long it is. I thought maybe if it was really short, you might have watched the whole thing. But I've seen a couple Twitter clips, and
I've seen clips. I've seen her, try to give Trump graceful ways out of backpedaling on the vaccine. And to Trump's credit, he didn't back down.
She seemed almost kind of like she was struggling with it a bit. That her Messiah was taking this position that was so anathema to her proselytizing.
Yeah, was that just another testament to don't meet your heroes, or is it like
it's not the first time
God,
they've spoken? I don't think it's anywhere close to the first time they've spoken. But and all the other times it's her just sucking up to him. But I don't know. But maybe this is one thing we can go over before trying to figure out what Trump's decision making process was in this situation. Like for
I'm old, I'm overweight.
Yeah, like,
I'm probably pre-diabetic.
Give me a break, guys. I need whatever.
I don't want to die. That's one thing I know for sure.
But he's such a well, he's not even that great of a liar. He's just like a frequent
right.
liar. He's
just consistently liar.
He's good at lying a lot. It's definitely quantity over quality. But like with that amount of lying, I wonder why he didn't come up with any sort of just any sort of lie. I got the vaccine once when it was the Trump vaccine, but as soon as it became the Biden vaccine, I didn't know if they had any sort of communism in the vaccine, and I didn't want to take it anymore.
Right. Oh, but evidently there was. I mean, he's according to Alex Jones, he's a commie turncoat.
Oh, Alex is. I'm really.
Pissed.
The more you can inform me on this, the better. I'm really.
Okay. I watch Alex Jones.
I've really been the last few weeks. It's been all like Putin and Omicron with me, and that's about it. I have not been able to pay attention to what like the manner of backlash that the Goblin is receiving for his coming out of the closet as a vaccine lover.
Well,
which isn't surprising. Like I think we've talked about this before, maybe on here, not on here. It's like initially, we would have talked. We in our whole Trump episode, we would have talked about it. Like the warp speed was the Trump agenda, and he was pro-vaccine. And then there was the video of even Harris saying that. Maybe
I don't know if I want to take this. Right.
And fuck you, Kamala. And so like it's not that big of a surprise. And I don't even know why like the Trumpistanis are so shocked by this. Like they knew he'd taken the vaccine at least once. This was his initiative.
Right.
But just a side note, one thing I found really funny in one of the two short little clips I've seen of him talking with Candace was the way he described Operation Warp Speed. It's like he was in the lab designing the vaccine. My vaccines. I came out. He described it like I came out with 3 really great vaccines. Like he's in the laboratory designing these vaccines.
Right.
Like it was him. Just beautiful shit. But
that reminds me, I'll give Trump credit for another thing. When he was with O'Reilly in the live event,
right.
He was uncharacteristically magnanimous, and he actually went as far as saying we did it, not me, but we did. And he was actually handing credit out for at least as far as the vaccine goes, which was something I don't think I've ever seen from him. And so,
okay, so
I want to give credit where it's due.
I can come back to Alex, but so what?
Oh.
What do you think Trump's like? Is he just not? Is he not really planning things out much? But with everything with him,
you think
like it's a part of it's like part of like a cynical agenda. It's like what do you think is his game plan in all of this?
Because I don't know.
To be a big sidestep from classic Trump madness.
Right. A lot of his followers, is at least the most vocal ones, which are the ones that we see all the time, right? The ones that kind of Trump gave permission to be assholes, and are now being assholes to him. And if Trump were really, a cynical Machiavellian actor, he would have calculated that I don't want to divide my base by advocating for the vaccine.
I definitely never would call Trump Machiavellian, but just cynical.
Right.
He's not that machinating.
No, he goes for the shiny thing.
Yeah.
But maybe he's caught wanting to pump his one great accomplishment in Operation Warp Speed. And I guess the accomplishment is just Trump saying, "Oh, vaccine sounds like a good idea. Let's throw money at it."
You know what? Maybe he's pissed that he never got credit for this. And then after the vaccine started coming out, there was the election, but even it fits in with the framework of what Trump's like as a person, how narcissistic he is and how much he wants credit for anything.
Right.
And so Warp Speed got started. And right after that, there was the election. And then what are you doing?
Oh, this is my skull massager.
Oh, I need one.
Yes, you do. It looks like better than what it looks. I mean, it looks like some sort of torture device, but
it looked like you started jabbing yourself with a whip.
Right. Well, this so I get the 5G better.
Get that 5G just straight to your amygdala.
Right.
Get it in there.
Oh yeah, it's got these little balls on the end of the tines, so it just goes, especially at the back of your neck. There's that pressure point, and you get a little shudders, but it's great for relaxing you. Great for headaches, even migraine headaches. It doesn't eliminate them, but it can take some punch out of them. And so I do regular maintenance with this device. I wish I knew what it was called, so we could tell all
we could plug
12 of our audience to go and buy one.
Yeah, I'm buying them in bulk. I'll have one in every room, every car. I need a whole bunch. Those look like the most amazing thing ever.
Great short notice Christmas present. That's for sure.
Right. Very, very well. By the time this will probably come out on New Year's. So yeah, if you're very, very late for Christmas and you haven't met up with somebody yet and you need that very late present, get the scalp massager thing that you won't see, but we're describing.
Yeah, scalp massage. I bet you Google that, it'll take you where you want to go, or put that on Amazon. But yeah, before I distracted you, you had a thought.
Probably not a very valuable one, but
Warp Speed.
Yes. So it's like within Trump's general demeanor, like he wants as much credit and attention for anything. And so maybe it's just it's been eating him up inside. It's like, hey, I never got a full amount of attention for this. Warp Speed got started, then there was election, And then from then until he was out of office, it was all a mix between the riots and the election kerfluffle and insanity. And that all sort of got forgotten. And then Biden came in just as the vaccine rollout was really getting cooking with hot grease. And
it steals all his thunder.
Yeah. And like Biden pretty much got like seemed like to be like the leader of the vaccines. And so Trump was probably sitting there in Florida going,
steaming.
This was my idea.
What the fuck? This was, yeah. And I feel his pain actually. Because I have no doubt that Operation Warp Speed saved thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of lives. And,
and for the initial rollout,
wasn't his idea. It didn't even name the thing, but he did say, yes, that's a good idea. He made a good executive decision.
Yeah.
And
never didn't get in the way.
I understand why he's pissed off. We're not getting a whole lot of credit for that.
And the initial rollout, like it got bogged up because so many people haven't wanted to take it. But like the initial rollout in the United States was like second only to Britain and Israel, I think. Maybe some of the Gulf states.
As far as getting it out to people?
Yeah, like the initial momentum. Like late January, February, March, the United States was well above most places, except I think just Britain and Israel.
Yeah,
and then it just hit the wall. It is been such an obstacle since with just such a massive amount of people not wanting to take them. Really incomparable to all the other similar Western countries. You still don't see anywhere near the amount of hesitancy in
Botswana.
Well, no, I meant like the comparable like Canada or Germany or wherever. Yeah, not Botswana. I actually have no idea
you mean going on. Hesitancy?
Yeah, the hesitancy.
Not a lot of it. On the far left end, the left wing press, like Blumenthal and
like Max Blumenthal.
Yeah, and the other guy whose name I can't recall right now. They released an interesting piece on how Left Tube, like Philosophy Tube, Oliver Thorne, or he's got a new name now. He's Abigail Thorne. He's a chick now. She and the piece describes how at least Philosophy Tube got infiltrated or somehow influenced by the British establishment, meaning nobility, royalty, to put out a pro-vaccine message. And the far lefties, like Blumenthal, have kind of come full circle, and they're also fairly vaccine skeptical. And
like Jimmy Dore.
Yes, like
he's taken it a couple levels further. But,
oh man, yeah,
and like understandably, he did have a bad reaction, and like I can understand his initial ire. Like he had a bad reaction at the time, and it's still bad, but like he had a reaction at the height of when you couldn't talk about maybe if there was something bad about the vaccines, which I think has backfired, because I think that contributed to a lot of of like Brett and Heather turning into deranged lunatics.
Oh, yes,
which is one of the saddest things to happen in my life.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That really, the Brett and Heather, I really take personally.
Me too. Yeah, I'm still not over that. It just blows my and they've tripled down. Like some of the things that they're saying now are just removed from this galaxy. And
Right.
yeah, they're becoming a lot more like anti NPI, and in a weird way. I'm not.
Oh my God.
Yeah, which is kind of a weird shift too. But they're just sort of.
Oh, I think I saw something that. Yeah.
They just seem to be eating at the whole buffet of bullshit now. So, but anyway, but yeah, like Jimmy, like was understandably had a bone to pick, that like he had a bad reaction, and it was like, and Fauci land and CNN land deemed it that like, you can't talk about this. It's not even a conversation that you can have. And he didn't like that,
right.
but then he just took it 37 steps further and has become kind of wacky.
And so maybe like the counterfactual is it may not have been, there might have not been that degree of a vaccine backlash if the negative effects weren't downplayed so much.
Yeah.
Or if they weren't,
at least from the left. I don't know about Trumpistan, but yeah, I think there would have been a lot less if we could have, because I think there was like fear. Like I think you just had to. There was clearly like, and I don't think it was mustache twirling and but in a dark, smoky room,
cynical,
but I think it was really emergent that there was concern about just having the discourse, because you just want needles in everybody's arms, and so then there was just one idea that you could have about it: the vaccines are amazing and perfect, and everybody should get one immediately, and then no discourse out of a concern that I would surmise of people getting antsy and reactionary. But then then there's a backlash, because there's clearly suppression of discourse, and then people start getting
took that as
into all sorts of odd foxholes.
Yeah, so it might have maybe it would have kept Brett and Heather away from the edge that they're now on. I don't know,
or at least maybe a lot of people who like listen to Brett and Heather and have gone along.
Yeah.
I think like we've discussed before, and like I'm still trying to figure out like a lot of where Brett and Heather veered off into the ditch. But I think some of it I'm still running through. The notion I have is that after Evergreen with them, they got hammered so hard for being purported to take the wrong position on something when they took the right position on something, and then just being slimed and having to hold their ground against so much backlash.
And even if it was the wrong position, which I'm not saying it was, I mean, the accusations being thrown at them for being, racist or, supporting white supremacy, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. And a whole bunch of other stuff. And having to like really, and have a lot of cost on their personal lives for it, and have to really
suffered.
And have to put a lot of effort into it, that they put them in a position where they feel like they're always, having to fight against something. And so I think it might have conditioned to them
absolutely
to the point where they feel that if they get a lot of harsh backlash, that they're
must be over target.
Right, exactly. And that they're not really digesting all of it, and they just keep pushing back, and they feel that they're getting unfairly picked on, which is what has happened to them before on a whole bunch of instances.
Yeah, so they've got a certain amount of justified searing anger under the surface for how they were treated with Evergreen. And so this has been talked about for a long time, and it all started with one initial criticism I had, mainly of Brett, not Heather, was his excessive
misdiagnosing of bad faith, which I find irritating.
Yeah.
And so I was always wondering, I was like, why is he saying everything's, he's just using the term excessively to the where it's
right. When he first used it, it was spot on. And then it started getting thrown around.
Yeah.
Really
yeah.
easy.
And then he made it quite cliche within his personal parlance.
Right.
And
among his minions.
Yeah,
and
now it's being shot with machine gun fire amongst his minions, which is another interesting thing. Just as a side note, the last time I talked to Yuri, I was sort of pushing back a bit, mainly because like the position that you and I had. It's because I don't think it was on any podcast he had, but I think it was the Quillette piece that he wrote with Claire Berlinski. Like sort of,
right.
I can't remember exactly what they wrote, but he's essentially proposing that like a lot of his followers are taking the same position. And I sort of questioned Thierry. It's like, I'm not so sure about that. Like how much of his audience are actually taking that position. And he was completely right. And I was completely wrong. I've seen there's clearly now hundreds of thousands of people who are like foaming at the mouth, sycophantic to Brett. And
yeah,
I was way off. Yeah.
Which I wouldn't have expected, from someone, contrast that with Trump, who's boisterous, who, makes vast hyperbole and isn't afraid to be a dick. And where Brett is much more soft-spoken and used to be at least much more measured in the way he responded or had a take on things. For me, he was like a surrogate Spock.
Yeah.
He was very good when he dawned on his Spock persona. I just absolutely loved him, and it's so odd to see so many of his followers just like cast off that persona so easy and become like you said, like sycophantic, that anything that Brett says, must be true or at least must be defended. They go straight from scout mindset to soldier mindset.
Yeah. The only episode I've done for this where I actually got hate was that last one with Yuri, and it was the most dislikes I would have gotten, and you could clearly see in people's arguments that it was just here come the trolls, and I think a lot of people wouldn't like that accusation. They would contest like, oh well, if it's something that you're not pleased with, then you can just wave them off as trolls. But sorry, that's clearly what it was, when it's just when their arguments are just trumpeting their figureheads' musings.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, just the blind acceptance of ivermectin as a wonder drug, or as the thing that will cure the pandemic.
Well, one thing I got charged with was, well, you're not a doctor. It's like, well, I've never claimed to be. Okay, it's like I've actually gone out of my way multiple times here to say like I'm not a doctor, nor am I a scientist. I'm just a political nerd, and like that's why I'll talk to people who are scientists and then just let them tell me things.
Right.
Because I have no fucking idea.
Well, I mean, if there's one thing that I think just about everybody, left or right, Trumpistan or I don't know, Hillary stand or whatever you want to put it, I think there's a somewhat agreement of credentialism has gone too far. And just because someone has some sort of credential, whether it's a degree, whether they're a doctor, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're right. Because, as we've seen, no matter what position that you have, you can find a credentialed, so-called expert to agree with you on it. And so, yeah, I mean,
which is dangerous, and it worries me because I like experts, and I like very
right. Well,
very learned, intelligent people who know what they're talking about.
You think,
and there's like two things you can.
Not to say you got to throw every doctor out the window.
But there's two things you can disattach, and like the one component of it where you can sort of take that position is not like this animosity towards credentialism, which is getting worrisome. But I think some people can easily get tired with like bad appeal to authority arguments.
Sure,
it's like well, sure. I am X, so yeah. I am right, or it's like I am X, so like why are you even arguing with me? It's like, so if somebody is X, then they still have to go through the motions and make their point and put everything forth. And there is a lot of that going on, and people rightfully get tired of that. But yeah, this ever expanding animosity towards expertise is quite worrisome.
It is broadly so, because most experts are experts for a reason, and because you can't expect everybody to do all their research for themselves and become experts in everything that impacts their lives. It's just not possible. I mean, you don't have society with that. That's not society. That's everybody out for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this kind of goes back on a point I made in an earlier episode, that society itself has been damaged in the sense that people have less faith in society as a whole, and feel like they can only count on themselves for survival. And in that mode of game theory, everybody's going to defect.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's going to, and then there's no, synergy of specialization, of learning from other people's expertise. Our system, our heuristics for figuring out what's a good expert versus what's a bad expert has got lots of room for improvement. And I think that may be the way to put a finer point on it is, how do we know the good experts from the bad? And it's not that you have to, if you find someone as a good expert, that you have to take everything that they say as face value. But at some point, if we're going to have this prosperous modern society, we have to trust experts to a certain extent. And experts.
Yeah, you can't function. It sort of ties into one thing I found very simple and insightful that Chomsky said at one point, is his criticism of skeptics. It's like, well, nobody, like, maybe it's a bit of a pedantic argument to be said, like, nobody can be a skeptic. Like, you wouldn't last 5 seconds. It's like you have to have faith and trust in certain things. And so you can't just have this completely dismissive mindset where you're just going to throw things away. You can't function like that. It's impossible.
Right. I'm skeptical of microwaves and stoplights. Are they, do they really serve the purpose they're intended to serve?
Yeah.
And then, you have that joke where the guy runs red lights everywhere and he says, "Don't worry, my brother does this all the time." And then he comes to a green light and he stops because he's worried about his brother coming the other way.
Yeah, totally.
So, the left has traditionally been the anti-expert faction, and we're seeing a little bit of do-si-do there, where many on the right are developing, in some senses, a healthy skepticism of just received revelation.
I think the left being sorry, Scott. I think the left being anti-expert is maybe just a little too simple. More like anti-authority, perhaps.
Right.
Because then like on
or anti-appeals to authority. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like particularly within the American Christian right, you would have like some anti-expertise on particular things. Like less so on the whole, but it comes to like things that come head on with the theology, like biology, and so forth. But yeah, I generally know what you're meaning, but
yeah, where I mean, 20 years ago, Republicans would be like, trust our generals; they know what they're talking about. And there's been from what I can see, a big shift in that. And it's like maybe they don't know what they're talking about. Maybe this endless war is not such a great thing. Maybe some of these generals are full of shit. And in that case, that may be right. But we got to eventually figure out some way of knowing which experts are worth trusting, or at least worth listening to. We can trust and verify all day, but we can't trust and verify. We can't verify all day. At some point, we have to trust. We need some sort of God, I don't want to say algorithm, but heuristic of telling good experts from bad. And the modern internet age has just blown holes in all of that. And that's like the great problem of our time for Daniel Schmachtenberger to fix for us.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a whole big issue that we could, I think, spend a couple other days on. But yeah, that's been like one of the main issues of the last 2 years, or just under 2 years, is that they've tried to lean on that heuristic as if it was present. Trust the CDC, trust the WHO, et cetera, the NIH, and so on.
Right.
And that clearly wasn't functioning, especially when, like, right out of the gate, the CDC and the WHO and the NIH did one thing that was, overtly untrustworthy and insane, the mask problem. And it just came right out of the gate with fucking bullshit. It's just hard line, grade A dog shit. Just throw it in your face and eat it.
I wonder if that influenced the aerosol versus droplet debate that we had early on in 2020.
Oh, not even just early on, like well into
we're still having the debate.
Or it's still going on.
Right.
Yeah. Like droplets are,
because it was all
they're coming behind in goals, but like it's
they didn't necessarily. I didn't see anyone deny that it could be airborne, but it overwhelmingly was emphasized that it's you get it from surfaces.
Yeah, I haven't heard anybody deny that it is airborne at all, but lots of dismissal of airborne being that prevalent of a route of infection.
Right. We don't know that. Just like we don't know that the ice is thin.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, so that was sort of the early on. The heuristic was like, well, let's follow the main health authorities, and that really fell apart. And then like this sort of new heuristic became it became choose your own reality.
Yeah,
and
with deadly consequences.
I think I was talking to or just overhearing one person not too long ago, just sort of like dismissing like what's on the news and what some authorities are saying, but saying like, oh, well, Joe Rogan's getting this new doctor on, like so that was the alluding to the Peter McCullough episode. Yeah. And it's just sort of interesting. It's just sort of like, I'm going to dismiss all these people, but just having the cognitive dissonance where it's like not even realizing I'm cherry picking like a single physician
But Joe Rogan
to hear what I want to hear, but then accuse the broader public of like cherry picking their information. It's just
Joe Rogan had a doctor on. Are you a doctor? Right.
Exactly. It's just fucking it's incredible and it's fucking terrifying and depressing. So yeah, so clearly that's not working, and like so something new, because like even take you and I, like neither of us are scientists, and like we've both spent like a massive amount of time like really trying to think hard about which scientists we're listening to and why, and really try to wade through their information. And we've spent a lot of time on it. Most people don't have that much time. It's just, it's almost, it's something that you and I have been committed to for a year and a half. And it's like most people reasonably,
they got shit to do. They got lives, they got kids, they got,
or even if they don't want to, even if they like, for whatever reason, we're masochistic enough to have done that. But like, even, if you're not like clogged up with the kids and your job and feeding the goldfish and whatever, that you're just want to pay attention to something else most of the time. It's like there needs to be some sort of broader heuristic to get through this, so that it doesn't end up in the absolute insane chaos that this is all turned into. And what that is, I have absolutely no idea.
I don't know. I mean, 40 years ago, the path of least resistance was network TV, ABC, CBS, CBC, NBC,
which
BBC.
has also led the public astray on so many other issues. And already wasn't working, and it was already a massive failure. So,
and now the path of least resistance is whatever you want, whatever you agree with, whatever already fits your priors. I like Fox News, so I'm going to continue listening to Fox. I like MSNBC, so that's where I'm going to get my information.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's so easy to fall into that soldier mindset where once you believe the truth, and so now you need to stand up and defend what you believe is the truth, but you believe it's the truth because it's a certain source. And it's a lot to ask for everybody to do all their research on their own. They can't. One, because they have lives, and two, not everybody's a great researcher. Some people, are terrible researchers. But
I would imagine most people are terrible researchers.
Right.
It's not something it necessarily needs to be imposed on everybody that you're shitty unless you're a great researcher. I would imagine most people are.
So are we are we destined to have a algorithm driven dream world? Are we plugging ourselves into our own news matrix? I don't know. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. But
I think we need to come back to that. And I think this can be a whole episode. I need to even write this down, because even how, and even on the topic of like how some people have gone so insane. Like one person we've been talking about in DMs lately is Majid Nawaz, and just how off the wall some of the things he's saying are. And before the pandemic, he seemed like a pretty reasonable person. Like he one election, he ran for the Liberals in Britain, and
if anything, you can't say he's a stupid person.
He seems very intelligent, very well read.
Right.
He's extremely articulate and an excellent orator. And then regarding the pandemic, you'll see things on Twitter, and it's like, this is like the screechings of a methed out homeless person.
Right. Yeah, and we had a little debate earlier on, is this just grift? Does he believe his own bullshit or not? And
right.
You made the case for he's so far in it. I think that he's so.
Well, my first position was that he's
silo of knowledge,
that he's lost his mind, and then you weren't so sure about that because I didn't really.
I thought he was grifting.
I didn't think about it as enough, and it just like the things that were being said are so outlandish that
right.
Well, he snapped, but and then I second guessing that and just wondering, and maybe it's more of he took a position early on, like just trying to stand up to authority, and
feels obligated
to keep going with it, just sort of keeps doubling down and sort of goes down a rabbit hole of his own creation.
And then he sees the clicks that he gets.
It might be.
I think the clicks are a hell of a drug.
Because that's definitely the thing with Dave Rubin. Is that like he's unlike Majid, he's an idiot. It doesn't, and it has nothing useful to say. And
right.
has never had an intelligent thought. And it's just a complete nincompoop, and just can go along with a bandwagon and just keep amplifying whatever sort of bullshit. And then it's like, hey, and I get clicks for that, attention, and
right,
money. And so, like, why stop? So, yeah, he's definitely, it's not certain like how conscious he is of every single grifty decision he's making, but yeah,
it seems like he goes where his audience is.
Exactly, and he just sort of keeps doubling, and he has. It seems like he has a nice, comfortable position with it. Hanging out with people like Ben Shapiro all the time, and being a part of this, group of new Republicans who feel like they're rebelling against something. I think there's a sense of security and comfort and camaraderie with these groups of fucking lunatics.
He's got a tribe.
Yeah. Just that.
Everybody wants belonging.
Yeah.
It's like the second level of what Maslow's needs.
No idea. But yeah, let's come back to that. Just sort of mass delusions, as well as heuristic needed to get through these times. But one thing I wanted to bring up that you made me think about, you mentioned like 20 years ago in Republicans. Here's a fun counterfactual. Let's say instead of the pandemic starting in March of 2020, how about March of 2000? What would not just George W. Bush, but pre-war in Afghanistan, not even, maybe that might not even make a difference, but what would like early term Bush administration do with the pandemic? How different?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
I think it is.
I don't.
It dawned on me when you said
nothing immediately pops to mind like Bush would definitely do this. I think he would.
But even like let's instead of, to make this slightly easier, instead of like pondering more on what Bush would do, let's designate a position for Bush, and then what would the Republican electorate and commentariat do in accordance. So let's say Bush would have like, a more hardline position on it than even Trump or Biden had. Maybe not as hardline as Ardern, but maybe more in line with like Macron. And have a hard lockdown first and try to get a sense of national solidarity in around everybody trying to do something towards it. Would all the Republican base and Republican commentariat go along with it? Unlike now, where it's just been crazy.
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. And, intuition tells me, that he would have had more support from the right. And he might have gotten a little bit more pushback from the left if he decided to do a nationwide lockdown or something like that. That'd be an interesting twist.
Well, yeah, a lot of it's been a twist already, because as many people have pointed out, and rightfully, because a lot of people are already trying to like make anti-vax seem like a definitively right-wing thing. People point out it's like, well, it used to be,
right,
sort of outlier lefties
Mystic
that were
crystal woo-woo.
Yeah, exactly. Like weird dress, dreadlock, magic rock people.
Yeah,
that were anti-vax. And now it's red hat,
and they still are,
and assault, right? Yeah, they still are. They haven't changed at all,
right?
They're not going. Right. They're pretty much. I noticed that, and some journalists noticed that too, and made a concerted effort to point it out in the last Canadian election at the populist right rallies for the populist right party, the People's Party within Canada. Unlike the first election that they ran, where it was all just like angry guys with guts, it was like angry guys with guts and like 38-year-old chicks with like long handmade dresses and dreadlocks and magic rocks, and like together against the lockdowns and vaccines.
Perfect bedfellows. You can make a sitcom out of that.
Yeah, exactly. We have all sorts of sitcom ideas. We're going to be rich.
Right.
So yeah, that I think that's something somebody with a really concrete understanding of that time, the political situation 20 years ago, should really spend a lot of time thinking about, is if George W. Bush, if the pandemic started exactly 20 years earlier.
Because they were fine with the Patriot Act. We had 3,000 dead in September 11th, and we had this, vast Patriot Act, which gave the government vast powers of information gathering and ultimately spying. And some of the civil freedom safeguards were eroded, and they were fine with that. And it was just with 3,000 people dead. But, with 600,000 people dead, or, 800,000 people dead, wearing a mask is too much, which kind of brings me to the irony that Trump...
Well, that made me think of another irony, and I'll let you get to your irony, is that some of the people that would have supported the Patriot Act, which would have caused, how much more escalation of infringements at the airport, we're okay with that, but are irate that they have to get a COVID test at the airport. It's just like the end of the world.
Yeah. But my irony was Trump, I think in like 2015, made the debatable but pretty fair claim that he could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and get away with it, or that he wouldn't lose support.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was, I think that claim was pretty close to the mark. But on the other side of that, Trump advocates for the vaccine, which can save lives, and and now he's a terrible person.
Now, is that going to stick? We got, just under 3 years until we assume he's going to run again. And, that's, you never know what's going to happen. But I think that's still like the most likely scenario is Trump Biden again in 2024, unless Biden gets killed by, anything. At this point, it's like I don't know if he's going to make it through Omicron. Right. Like all these senators are getting Omicron. A whole bunch of the Canadian cabinet got it. It's like if Biden gets it, it's like there's not enough remdesivir in the fucking universe to to pull that guy out of. Like, I'm worried if he gets a cold. So yeah, unless Biden gets killed by pretty much anything, or Trump gets killed by cheeseburgers, it seems like the most likely outcome. So, if Trump or if Biden avoids all, common colds and slippery steps and anything, choking on prunes, and Trump avoids not dying by cheeseburger, like what will all the backlash that he's getting about the vaccines, will that stick by now, or will he be able to push that off?
Yeah, great question.
Will it just sort of fade out of their memory by then?
Yeah, I mean, Trump, I think, took a huge risk by advocating for the vaccine, because I mean, that's, if anything, he loves his adoring base, and I'm sure there's plenty of dissonance in hearing them lash out at him for not towing the party line of the movement that he created. It seems to me like, yeah, that could totally hurt his chances in 2024. But like you said, 3 years is a long time, and a ton of things can happen. And Trump isn't averse to risk. He's been taking chances all his life, and he's been lucky a lot of the time. So maybe he'll get lucky again. We don't know. I mean, the real luck is if Biden dies or becomes incapacitated, and he gets to run against Kamala.
That would be a huge.
Pretty sure in a weakened state, even Trump could just wipe the floor with Kamala.
Yeah, and probably a lot of Republicans. And I don't know how politically the Democrats would, because strategically the thing that they would want to do is, try to dump her somehow and get somebody else to run.
Right.
But how do you do that unless they could backroom convince her, hey,
dump her like Spiro Agnew?
Don't. Yeah. But but that would be a different situation, because Agnew was never, he was dumped well before there was a scenario where he would have to run instead of Nixon like Ford did. But if Biden died, and then it looked like Harris was going to have to run, it's how would they do that? But they would need to. I just could not, unless the Republicans got themselves in such an extreme scandal where Trump was caught. They're releasing Epstein videos or something.
There we go. Yeah, Epstein.
Trump doing something crazy on Epstein Island. Eating children or something like that. It seemed like that's what it would take for him to get beaten by Harris, because she's just so immensely unpopular in many, many ways from all sorts of different people. But yeah,
I've already seen the Trump memes with Trump and Epstein photos of former Trump supporters that were like, I knew this guy was evil all the time, and see how horrible he is, and we just discovered that because he's pro-vaccine now. But I mean that stuff is out in the right wingosphere, and
but now
there's something we can all agree on, that pedophilia and child sex trafficking is a bad thing.
we'll all come together.
We can kumbaya over that. Yeah.
Getting behind anti-child trafficking.
It's something to start with.
Sex
right.
trafficking. Yeah.
Yes.
That'll be very bad news for Prince Andrew.
Yeah. Right. Right. Maybe Bill Gates.
Yeah. Now I guess that brings us back to Alex. Now, so what was Alex Jones's take on Trump?
Oh, he just turned around and was like, Trump is part of the system. Trump has always been, part of the elite, power hungry puppeteers. And you guys all fell for it. And he kind of burned his bridge with Trump. And I don't see him turning around from that.
I wonder if Bannon's had anything to say about it. I haven't heard.
Oh, that's a great question. I'm curious now.
Because I would think more people might be listening to Bannon than listening to Alex Jones. Because I'm wondering if there's a few things I'm wondering. Well, if Alex Jones takes a position on like that, it's going to be mostly like a bunch of like conspiracy theorists, like 24-year-olds who just probably don't vote a lot anyway and just live on their computer and are complete losers. And then you're going to have how much are those people like really in line with, like 64-year-old truck driver Republicans, you're sort of middle America, owns a lot of guns, has a blue collar job, just doesn't like Democrats. So in favor of Trump, sticking it to Democrats or Republican.
Right.
Like how much do they really care about Trump's vaccine position? So that's what I wonder. And the other thing I wonder is like what I've seen amongst some people in both, or definitely everybody in the latter category and some people in the former category. Oh, no, other way around. Everybody in the former category and some people in the latter category is how has not taking the vaccine become such a, like, not even just an identity point, but like a badge of honor. And then, like, conversely, I've always been annoyed by people who are taking the vaccine and making it an identity point, a badge of honor. And if you're listening to this and you do that, please fucking stop. Because you're a jackass. Because you're a jackass and you're a fucking idiot. If your profile pic on social media is like you outside, like wearing your mask, like, oh, look at me, I'm wearing a mask. Like, nobody cares. You're posturing. And if it's like if your social media account is, oh, my name's Jane and I'm double Pfizer, like, you're a fuck. Like, just stop it. Just fuck off. Yeah, I am too.
That's it's just virtue signaling for its own sake.
It is virtue signaling to the highest degree, and it is just obnoxious and making things worse as far as any sort of social cohesion. But just generally dumb.
It's like people putting patriot in their bio. And
it's analogous.
Blue wave and
patriot, American flag, it's just obnoxious posturing. Just stop it. So like that's already annoying. But with that, it's at least like getting the vaccine is like the sensible thing. But then like the posturing isn't. But like, how is not and this ties in with so much of the backlash against Trump, but like how has like not getting the vaccine become just this just like, as I said, this badge of honor? Like I that just boggles my mind too, because if like they're skeptical of like the vaccine being a good thing to do, but just like how has I'm
tough. I can take the virus.
Okay, so it's that macho bravado.
That and fuck you, I'm not going to do what you tell me. But and I don't want to live in fear. That's a common refrain among the anti-vaxxers is, oh, you're just living in fear. Don't live in fear. And each time, I try to explain it. It doesn't seem to make any kind of impact. It's like, I'm not living in fear for me. I'm living in fear for getting immunocompromised sick, my father-in-law sick, my parents sick.
Anybody.
Yeah.
Or even just like yourself getting sick. And then at a point when like the hospitals are just getting steamrolled, and then just like you're one more problem unnecessarily on their hands.
Yeah. And
there's a whole bunch.
I should have more fear of that than actually I do. Honestly, I should be more afraid of getting it myself.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why you don't want to get it.
One, it you survive. It super sucks, even if you don't go to the hospital. But you can contribute to, the scarcity of medical resources. And then there's long COVID, which nobody is really putting an actual finger on as far as impact goes. Because they're not dead.
That still blows my mind how much of a God, I hate to use this because this is just one of those words that's just so fucking abused and makes me shudder when I say it, but it's such a marginalized issue.
Right?
Because it is. I hate that I had to say the M word, but
marginal and intersectional.
Well, intersectional. That unless you're talking about traffic, that word always fucking sucks. So it's like, unless I'm talking about an actual intersection or maybe geometry, it's like, that's different. That word is just always fucked. So whereas there are things that are marginalized. It's just that's a word that's abused to the point of just making me want to vomit.
Right.
But it's a marginalized issue. What was my point? Oh, right. Yeah. It blows my mind that that's still a thing.
It's treated like an edge case when it's like
just not even talked about. It's
everybody who dies. There's like 10 to maybe 100 people who get long COVID.
Even if there's 4, that's a massive
Even if
problem.
there's 4, right. I mean, that's 1% of the population who may need long-term health care, which we as a society we're going to have.
We better pray that it's like 2 or like 1.
Yeah,
like if for like every one person that dies,
or that it goes away, that it's not permanent damage.
Yeah, it's like 3 months or something. And
but
it's not looking like the case.
It doesn't look
that's
like
what you
that,
want to hope for. But yeah, that's just how severe it is. Not to mention like in the immediate of like the actual suffering that the actual people have to go through. But yeah,
right.
At scale for societal level, it's like that
lost productivity and pain and suffering, and eventually you can put it
input costs with dealing with the people with their further disability.
Right.
It's not good.
So, will Omicron save us? I don't know. I mean, if we get herd immunity, yeah. But I mean, if we're going to get more mutations, I'm afraid. And then, you get more likely vaccine escape, immune escape. Vaccines don't really make the virus mutate so much as spread, and it's spreading everywhere. So let's move on to let me segue rather awkwardly to some more good news.
Right. We haven't talked about.
We do have some good news
about the Crypt Keeper and his tests.
And yes, the Biden tests. Although, Biden invented them, of course. But he's going to be the administration wants to make them available to everybody. I don't know, low cost or free. I seem to think it was on the order of closer to free, and that might help deaden the blow, or at least if anything, prolong the surge, flatten the curve to the point where you optimize for medical resources, so you don't have overflowed ICUs and knock-on effects of people with strokes and heart attacks and other emergency situations that can't get the help that they need.
It's a little bit depressing that that's just a thing now. Like it's
that,
better late than never.
2 years on before we get some rapid tests out.
It's like, oh, now we'll give everybody rapid tests.
Right.
I never seen a rapid test until I have one now. I got it at my favorite place, the library. And I was just there to get some stuff. And then they had a pile and some woman walked in just to get them. And every time I've gone to the library, they like
a pile. You just go and take one?
They're just handing them out.
Nice.
And so the last time I actually went to the library, I just went to go do like library stuff, drop off some things and get some other things. And then as soon as I walk in, and just like rapid tests are over here, like just like most people coming in are just going to the library to grab a rapid test and leave. I'm like, no, I need books and movies.
I need books.
Yeah, I'm here at the library for books. I know it's shocking. I'm not just here to like mooch the computers and take rapid tests.
Right.
Actually came here for the books and like the weirdo movies. So I was there getting books and movies and whatever. And so one woman came in, got one. I'm like, at first I think I asked like, you guys are selling rapid tests here. She's like, no, we're just giving them away. I'm like, she's like, would you want one? I'm like, of course. And so I'd never even actually like seen one before. And that was like just like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, wow, this is great. And also kind of depressing. It's like at this point in the game, it's just like we're in North America. We're just getting onto this now. Fuck. Like what a gong show. But yeah, better late than never.
How different would it have been if we had these rapid tests at the get-go? I think it could have made a tremendous impact in that we could have avoided a lot of lockdowns, or we could have had targeted surgical lockdowns in very local areas, as opposed to nationwide. The disease is here; it's not here, but we know we're not 2-3 weeks behind the disease.
We would have had
a couple of days behind.
We would have had the means to have targeted lockdowns, exactly. And that also might have mitigated so much of like the anti-lockdown political hysteria.
Yeah.
It would have been much harder to make these really...
right. You wouldn't have them all over the place simultaneously.
Yeah.
You might have little rebellions here and there.
It would have been harder to make these knuckle-dragging anti-lockdown arguments that you've been hearing if they were more strategical and clearly well implemented. And as time would have gone on, if people would have been starting accustomed to take rapid tests, like say like late spring year one, or maybe even summer year one, like it would have become something that people would have gotten used to. And people, it could have implemented it, and by this point in the game, like everybody would have been a rapid test expert. And another thing, like better late than never, that's so depressing is like, I'm really sidestepping us away from rapid tests because we got to come back because. So make sure we bring it back. But like you're just hearing now in the mainstream media about wearing N95s en masse.
Yeah. It took them so long. Right.
And it's just like blows my mind. It's like this is things that like fucking idiots like me knew over a year ago. Or there was a thing on the National, which is like the flagship news show of the CBC. on CBC TV news, and like then they were talking about, oh well, maybe these plexiglass barriers actually don't work very good, and maybe they actually make things worse. I'm like, you guys are just talking about this now. But what was the most infuriating was like the way that they were putting it forth, as if this was like a very recent revelation.
Yeah,
this was something that all the experts, or this is something that the science just discovered now. And now, when anybody use science in a sentence, unironically, I almost instantly kind of discount not discount, but take a whole lot of weight off the scale of what they say. Just because most of the time when someone say, listen to the science or trust the science or that sort of thing, I am the science. Well, that drew me crazy before the pandemic. That was an issue with climate change. And it's the same sort of things with climate change. It's like, I'm worried about climate change and I don't want fucking dumb shitheads like making the conversation muddled and being trying to be the arbiters of everything so that you turn people off of it, and then it becomes a social conflict. It was the same thing with climate change that happened during the pandemic. Right. The science was an issue there too. It's like, oh, well, we have to trust the science. And I was compared like as if they make it sound like it's something from a Douglas Adams novel, like this. Yes, this sort of entity. Well, we must consult the science. What does the science say? And we have to go to the planet of the science, and the science will tell us. So that drove me insane completely before the pandemic, because that was a problem with climate change, and obviously still is. As that problem just keeps getting worse, it was that became sort of this monolithic entity that you had to consult and could by no means contest was the science. Right. It's like, well, that's just gonna, like, people who are already uncertain, you're just gonna like throw them in the other camp. And the people that are already in the other camp, you're going to just further dig their fucking heels into the sand. So bravo by having jackass dumb fuck messaging and, with the science. And so, that it drives me insane. So yeah. Same with you. Whenever I hear somebody say that, I just brush them aside. I mean, right. When they just appeal to science as if it's a word, like, you just don't know science, or, like history, you just don't know history. Yeah. What history are you talking about? Like, because there is history I am completely ignorant to, and there's some not so much. Yeah. Yeah. So back to rapid tests. There's lots of advantages. I mean, the tests themselves are less accurate, and I'm reading headlines, and I'll admit I'm headline skimming here, that the antigen tests aren't quite as good, or aren't quite as sensitive, to use a technical term, to detecting Omicron, meaning that we may get some more false negatives. In spite of that, I think they're immensely positive, because they generally, instead of look for signs of the virus like PCR tests, they just look for when it detects presence of the virus in the antigen tests, it's right around the time when people are infectious, or the most infectious. So whereas you can be infected, and several months later, even after you are recovered and it's been, months since you've actually been infectious, a PCR test can still show you as positive, and make you quarantine.
whereas an antigen test won't. And so, because you have less false positives, people might be able to take them a little more seriously, even though you'll have some false positives. And even if you'll have false negatives, it's not like these, antigen tests are going to be a passport. If you look at it in terms of being a public health tool, of something that's inexpensive enough, you could test people every day or every other day. And when you find the infections, or when you find the infectious, you can get them out of the population quickly, where otherwise they wouldn't be tested at all. And that would just be another spreader.
Yeah, which is what's kind of going on now which might be remedied with all this new influx of rapid tests. At least here, like I'm not sure what the situation's like in the US, but pretty much every province now, it's like all the province-wide PCR tests. It's like the system's done. It's clogged. It's like we're gonna have no idea what the official case count is for weeks. It's like they're completely backlogged and past their heads.
Backlogged as far as testing?
Just like getting the test through. They're completely up to their eyeballs. So,
are you talking about PCR tests?
PCR, yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Where there's a turnaround time, like at worst.
It's just the cases went up so fast, and like lack of resources, lack of preparation, and just systems clogged.
Right,
and they're pretty
positivity rate.
They're pretty transparent. I don't know. I haven't looked at that in a while. So here the last few weeks, I'm not sure of that. I don't have that figure. No.
Well, in Indiana, it's like 12%, which to me, I mean, if it implies there's a whole lot of undiagnosed cases. Mm-hmm. Many of the cases are being diagnosed or symptomatic, and so I mean the silver lining to that is if there's multiple of people that are infected that don't show up because they're asymptomatic, may imply that it's more benign and that more people are infected. And then you go back to the herd immunity thing. If it doesn't mutate, we're good. If it does mutate, we won't see it until we see it. And by then we'll be months behind and have to scramble again. So, okay. Yeah, I was trying to find good news out of that and just talk myself out of that. So
no, it's good news because it's still Biden's wanting to distribute for, we haven't determined, either very low cost, so partially subsidized, or free, all these
I think anybody
tests. So right, I think that's
who gets a positive news. COVID test will behave at least a little bit differently.
Yeah.
And if that's enough to cut the RT down from 6 or 7 or whatever insane value it is, down to 3, then at least that could that have a chance of sparing our healthcare system.
Yeah, even if it does it less than that, it's still a value. So
yeah, and a whole lot cheaper than $5 trillion.
Yeah,
so
it should be drastic. It should be drastically
decision. Yeah,
it should be drastically cheaper.
So why did it take both Trump and Biden so damn long? I've got no explanation for this. It's hard for me to express my disappointment in the Biden administration. I thought he might appoint semi-competent people to do this, and it more and more it just seems like DNC establishment types who have been waiting in line long enough. Okay, well, you get a position here, you get a position here, and Yeah, way to fuck things up, Biden. Better late than never, but your claim to fame is being just a marginal hair better than Trump, maybe.
Yeah, a little bit better than an absolute horror show.
Right. Right.
That's just phenomenal. Yeah.
So, having covered all that, I've got no graceful segue, but I want to pour myself another drink.
Oh, that could be our segue to Christopher Hitchens.
Christopher Hitchens, Comrade Hitchens, yeah. Which he would sometimes.
Well, he would always address his address to crowds was always, what was it? Ladies and gentlemen,
countrymen.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, comrades, something like that. Yeah, yeah.
So 10 years on. It was like a couple weeks ago, I believe. It
was the 15th. So yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Throat cancer.
10 years, 2 weeks ago tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, that he died.
And despite the many disagreements I've had with the man, I still
probably for you a certain war.
A certain war, yes, yes, and
a war that happened.
Yeah, which still to this day, I haven't come to terms with that. In that I don't quite understand why. And sorry, Chris, I'm still mad at you.
I understand. I
just like David Frum, and you know.
Oh well, I can't remember what we were wanting to address with Hitchens in general. I think there was sort of something
endless speculation what he would say.
Yeah, and I think with like the last few years, I think Hitchens has been the second most referred to of anybody I've ever seen of what would they think if they were alive, after somebody whom he happened to write a book about, one Eric Blair, and so otherwise known as George Orwell.
Right.
So I think that's what we're going to go over. But on the Iraq War, I'll say he single-handedly took my position on the Iraq War from pretty much being just generally opposed to it and just seeing a administration of cynical maniacs and incompetents throwing a country into an unnecessary war and being against it, to not being in favor of it in a Hitchensian sense. But he's put me in a position where I don't know what my position is. He definitely has made me question.
Oh wow, that's pretty.
And I do understand his point. And I think that there was a lot of his opponents were the ones, even though being anti-war might be in the end the right position, but most of his like direct opponents who often didn't make salient or cogent points. They just seen that, being against the war is the right position to take. It was a brutal, bloody war. The Bush administration, George Bush himself is a complete idiot. Dick Cheney is a scumbag, et cetera, et cetera. Rumsfeld also scumbag. And so you can just take that position. But a lot of Hitchens's points was that I think he's right that it wasn't clear. Like even with the scandalous weapons of mass destruction investigations didn't turn up as Bush wanted it to.
Yeah, I don't think Hitchens really cared about that too much.
No, and he wasn't that favorable to Bush. He was very overtly not a fan of Colin Powell, but he did not, even though that was scandalous and didn't go well. His point was clear that it was not certain that Saddam Hussein wasn't going to be a security threat in the future. And he laid out the evidence very thoroughly that Saddam Hussein wasn't just this, as far as foreign policy was concerned. I think even anti-war people, at least the most honest ones, there's going to be more outlandish ones that would acknowledge that, domestically, Saddam Hussein was a threat to his own people.
To his own people, right?
Yeah. But
you can still have a debate, I think.
But outside of Iraq, Hitchens made good points that the WMDs and Pentagon aerial photographs and all that scandal didn't go so well. It's still not clear that Saddam Hussein wasn't a major security threat, not just to the United States, but to the world. And so it wasn't just, on a dime, he blatantly became this Bush administration adherent. It was not that at all whatsoever. No. And it tied into a lot of positions he had for quite some time. And he did see Saddam Hussein as a dangerous, brutal fascist. And he wanted to see the defeat of dangerous, brutal fascists who massacred people. And that was a lot of, and he also wanted to see the combating of people who were security threats to the United States. And so that was initially why he was, of course, also a proponent of the Afghanistan invasion. But no, I think he made a lot of good points on the Iraq war that has put me in a position where I don't know what is the best outcome. And I think on a lot of conflicts in the last 100 years, I just see these complex events. I see everything in life as a series of trade-offs. There's no zero sum. There's no clear answers for a lot of things. And a lot of things can be a series of very, very difficult trade-offs where no matter where you're led down a path where you're given a couple choices and they're all going to be bad. And you just sort of have to choose whichever one. And that ties in a lot, which also corresponds with Hitchens, my general views on the Second World War, where it was necessary. Something should have been done earlier. Churchill was right on a lot of things, not everything, but definitely in the necessity of the absolute obliteration of fascism. And there is no clear-cut, easy choice. And you're just left with a lot of with a select amount of options, all with bad outcomes. You just have you just have to choose which one has
and risks
and risks
of outcomes that you can't predict. Other than you can quantify how bad could it be and maybe quantify a likelihood. Mm-hmm. Do some calculations around that. But, in a very war is involved, there's a whole lot of risk and unexpected outcomes that you'll just never see.
And a very sober criticism of the Iraq war, which interestingly, a lot of the really left anti-war crowd didn't bring up a lot. But is one of the more damning criticisms of the war was that it blew off the lid of internal sectarian violence, which was sort of brewing, which Hussein, the dictator, sort of kept a lid on.
Kept a tamper, yeah.
Yeah, and
not many. I don't think anybody predicted that.
Yeah, and
they predicted it in a geopolitical fashion as far as vis-a-vis Iran and Saudi Arabia and Israel and Turkey and Syria and whatnot. There's plenty of calls very early on that it would destabilize the region which the region did indeed destabilize. I think you can blame a lot of that on the Iraq War, but that debates could be had. Reasonable people could disagree. But as far as the internal, would there be, all this revenge going on? And
yeah, the Sunni Shia conflicts and so on. But partially like post hoc defense of Hitchens, which he might have made if he would have lived longer, was that if Saddam Hussein wasn't taken out, would have he survived the Arab Spring and would have
I think he would have.
Okay.
I think he had the muscle, the military security.
Assad
muscle
is still around, so yeah,
right.
It's possible. But like even if he would have survived, like would have the Arab Spring still like overflowed as it did and spilled into the massive sectarian violence into Iraq as it had in Libya and Syria. But Libya is another interesting one, which I find like, you have to go really, really left on the anti-war side, but more of like moderate Democrats out there, they're so against the Bush war, but you don't hear them say so much about Clinton, like Hillary and Obama supporting the taking out the Gaddafi regime,
right,
which ended up in 10 years of brutal civil conflict and absolute terror for the Libyan population.
Right.
You don't hear so much about that.
Yeah, which is
just starting to resolve now.
Right.
Like within the last few months. And
and we didn't even have, peacekeeping or democratization forces there in Libya. I mean, when people in Iraq got a free vote for the first time, 15 years ago, I had tears of joy.
And most of the presidents have been like, even though the president is more like in Iraq is more like the president of like Germany and Finland,
right?
But like most of the presidents have been Kurdish too. The formerly repressed minority. And as well as the actual elections that they've held. It's a huge turn of events from what Iraq was like 20 years ago.
Yeah, 20 years hence, maybe Iraq is a better country. Maybe the debate could be had: would more people have been dead if Saddam Hussein was still there versus not? And then you'd have to question: is that just in Iraq or in the whole region? Would there be another war between Iraq and Iran or Saudi Arabia or something like that, or even Israel? But now it seems like Iraq is a semi-stable, semi-democratic state that isn't necessarily Western friendly. If anything, it's more Iran friendly, which, we got a new balance of power in the Middle East of Iran and its friends versus Saudi Arabia and its friends. And maybe that'll end up being a peaceful détente. And especially if the U.S. is wanting to withdraw from regional world affairs, maybe it will be some sort of balance and parity between the two
Yeah, I have no idea because I don't know how much actually comes down to the actual theological animosity. And And I think that's a big factor between Saudi Arabia and Iran.
It seems to be pretty deep. It's like over 1,000 years old.
I don't know about it, and it's so popular of an opinion, and they even you even hear it come up with like ISIS amongst like a lot of the left and the English speaking world, where it's just like, no, none of this ever comes down to religion. It's never the religious convictions. It's always some underlying political.
Oh, okay.
Which is complete fucking
the antithesis of the Sam Harris motherload of bad ideas argument.
Right. Exactly. And yeah. That is.
We could point out all day about how Christianity is bad, et cetera, but Muslims, that's their personally held beliefs.
Yeah. It's like let's make fun of the Bible thumpers, but it's like, oh well, if
genital mutilation, that's just a cultural thing.
Yeah. I don't know why that's funny, but just the way you put it. But probably something I shouldn't. Yeah, I'm not laughing about that, but yeah. That pretty much that describes that sort of nonsense. But
would Hitch have been pro Libya or what we did in Libya?
I don't know because it would come down to his positions on Gaddafi, which I'm not sure about. So I don't know. Because Gaddafi he definitely wouldn't have been pro Gaddafi, that's for sure. Right. But what made the Libya incident so much more interesting is compared to Assad and Hussein, or even the Saudi monarchs, or of course the Iranian regime. It's like,
I think Hitchens would have hated them all.
Oh yeah, he did hate. He hated all those that I mentioned. Actually, I just don't know his position particularly on Gaddafi.
Right.
And it didn't come up much because Gaddafi wasn't as repressive compared to them. The reason that you came up, and this becomes very like Chomskyan, is that the reason that you hear so much about Gaddafi as being this terror force is because he was so anti-American. And he was friends, and he would get along like before before the United States was when the United States was in favor of the apartheid regime. Gaddafi was very friendly with Mandela, and Gaddafi became very friendly with Chavez, and he was friendly with Castro, and he was just very anti-American, and so of course he had to become this bugbear because he was against American empire. Right. And it's not clear. And he was a dictator, and he was a very authoritarian dictator, but he wasn't anything compared to Assad or Hussein or the Saudis or the theocratic Iranian regime. He was also fairly eccentric. So I don't know what Hitchens' overall views on Gaddafi were. And so I have no idea. But I think how the Obama administration handled Libya was atrocious. And I think it's pretty condemning of somebody if they were like really, really, really hard line against Bush in Iraq, which I think is a reasonable position to take, but pretty careless about Libya. I think that's pretty condemning of somebody as a person, and in showing pretty hackish partisanship.
So how would Hitch have felt about the modern issues of our time, such as mass vaccines,
Trump, woke bullshit, and COVID? I think that those are the big ones that come up, where it's like, what would Hitch think? What would Hitch think about Trump and Wokistanis and COVID stuff? And
I maybe this is wishful thinking, but I think Hitchens would have at some point put his foot down on wokeism and start drawing a line between justice, the social justice, and the virtue signaling bandwagon of wokeism.
Yeah, and he became, like, later in life really favorable towards, like, the foundation of the United States and the United States as a concept, not really so much of what it became in many ways, and so much of just, just blanket anti-Americanism within wokeism. I don't. He would have been very favorable to that. He took very hardline positions on free speech, and so that would have turned him against that. He was also.
You think he would have been an advocate for Assange?
That I don't know. I haven't thought about it all.
I strongly suspect he would be.
I would have to think about that for a long time.
Oh, he hated Hillary Clinton.
Oh, deeply, deeply. Well, that was an interesting thing, and Harris has had to deal. Sam Harris, I should
right
specify as opposed to the aforementioned shitty vice president at present of my neighbors. But Sam Harris has had to confront this a lot from, like, Trump controls online. It's like, well, Hitch was, he was so anti-Hillary that, he would have been in favor of Trump. It's like, well, no, that's not obvious. But yeah, he absolutely despised both the Bill and the Hillary. And so, yeah, I don't think that would have wavered. And it's not like Hillary, put anything forward to make herself redeeming.
No.
anything
Yeah.
she made Hillary made hating Hillary so much more easier as time has gone on. So I'm sure he would have not backed down on that. He would call a spade, and if she did anything he was in favor of, he would have pointed that out. But I'm pretty sure he would have been pretty harsh on Hillary all the way through. But yeah, so I don't think that would have shifted. But yeah, on the woke stuff in general, I think this is, and I'm not so. I should make sort of a meta commentary first, and that I'm sort of, you and I are both like falling afoul of something that sort of irritated me, particularly with Orwell and also with Hitchens and pretty much with anybody. It's just like how much people will. So I'm going to be answering a lot of these questions with I don't know and maybes, and just sort of like going through some different scenarios, because it drives me insane when I'll hear somebody be like adamant that, Orwell would have thought this about this situation, or like Hitchens would have thought this about this situation.
Everybody's ruining Orwell.
If Hitchens was here, he would have said that. It's like, you don't know. We're never going to know because they're fucking dead, and it's unfortunate, but they're dead, and so we don't really know. And people are people. People are malleable. People change over time, and their ideas change. So Christopher Hitchens, if he was alive a year ago, he would have been a different person than he was 10 years ago. People change. It's really hard to.
He got waterboarded
to prescribe these things. He did get waterboarded.
Changed his mind a little bit.
Yeah, that looked very uncomfortable when he got waterboarded. It's sort of
let's
worrisome.
see if you can last 5 seconds, Hitch.
Yeah.
It's like, done.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I got it. No, this is definitely torture. My bad.
There's also like a later middle-aged, fat, alcoholic chain smoking man. It's like, how long
you're not going to last? Yeah.
They're giving this a lot to like 22-year-olds. Hitch was like 56 when he was something like that, when he would have got waterboarded and was like, probably about 70 pounds overweight and, a heavy smoker. And so, but obviously wasn't a good combination going into that. But so we're going into all this with already like me feeling a bit hypocritical, because it just irritates the hell out of me. But yeah, so I'm going to have a lot of open ends on all of this. But yeah, on like the woke nonsense, I'm pretty sure my position is that I would think he would be really hard line against, pretty much all of it, but he would be very hesitant to get into bed with a lot of the people who are also hardline against it.
Right.
I think his good friend Sam Harris has found
the commentary would try to put him into that box.
Well, yeah. Well, kind of, or just by association. It's like I think he would take like a lot of positions that would be uniform to some people that he would find
otherwise
not favorable, or just not even just otherwise unfavorable, just unfavorable. And I think he wouldn't have much qualms about pointing that out. Or I think Sam Harris has found himself in the position where it's like he's having to realize at this point in time that it's like he's sort of been in circles with people that now he doesn't want anything to do with. Right. I think Hitchens would have been a little more ahead of the game and would have been like, well, yeah, sure. Me and person X over here agree with 95% of things on this certain topic, but person X is still a fuckhead and I don't want to have anything to do with them. And so I think that's what would have happened with Hitchens on the woke stuff, and I guess then I should pass the ball and see what you would think he would have taken on that topic.
Yeah, I can't imagine him being a Trumpist by any stretch. I think he might agree with certain Trump positions. He might have even been.
Oh no, like not on Trump, on the woke issue, not Trump.
But
we were going to get to Trump.
Yeah, well, I think Trump wrote in at least partially on an anti-woke platform.
I see.
So that's how I'm tying it in. But as far as
and a lot of Trumpistanis are really trying to amalgamate the two. It's like if you're anti-woke, you have to be pro-Trump.
You have to be right.
And so
Hitch would bulk against that. Most forcefully. Yeah.
But
he would. I think he would react negatively to these flyers asking for white people to not apply for college to make room for black people.
One thing I was going to point out, he was a real stickler on the language. So, as with Douglas Murray, where one of his anti-woke points is on like the pronoun game is just. Like a lot of it just doesn't operate as far as the language is concerned, especially using the plural as a singular. And so I think
they them there.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
and so I think
I get to push back on that.
I think that would have drove Hitchens nuts just on that point. Of just being an aggression against the language, and I read it.
Okay, I'm going to totally push back on all of that in the sense that they them there has been used as like an ambiguous article pronoun for hundreds of years.
Yes. I know,
and it's clumsy. And it's probably not the sort of language that Hitchens would use if he could ever possibly avoid it. But I think Hitch would totally object to the pronouns in your bio and that sort of thing, and maybe the gender fluidity sort of thing. He might.
Okay, so more of the base, more of the base concepts and not being a grammar Nazi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems a little too quibbly for Hitch.
I think that's a valid point. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe Murray would be alone in being the quibbly grammar Nazi.
The they them. See, I try to avoid they them if I'm wanting to androgynize whoever it is I'm talking, instead of saying but sometimes if I'm cornered between using his or her versus their, I used to be his or her, and I've just kind of fallen into the their camp just because expedience of syllables and letters, just because it makes for simpler language, even though it feels awkward to me.
Sometimes it doesn't work at all. I'm trying to think of an example, but yeah, you could say like, well, just pass it to them. And it just sort of like, like, oh, like you see that eraser over here, pass it to them. And so that's so you're the them is a single individual. So it's singular, but you're using the plural. But like, for instance, I was reading a Wikipedia bio on a Swedish musician a few days ago who was her and is now a them. And I was reading her bio, and it's using all the plural. And you when you use it in every instance, it ends up that there's a lot of times where it is just mind-bogglingly terrible language, and it just doesn't
awkward and even confusing. Where it makes things more ambiguous rather than
awkward and confusing. You have to stop and think. That's you look at the way that the sentence is constructed, and the way you read it, it's they addressed multiple people, but then you go back, it's like, oh wait, no, they meant singular. It's very confusing and disorientating. I'm trying to like think of an example off the top of my head. Like instead of saying that is no, I can't think of an example, but I could say to the link to the. I guess what I could do later is I'll send you the link to this particular bio. So if you read like somebody's whole like Wikipedia bio and everything's in plural, and it just you'll once you start applying it, because that's
it's like, where do you put the apostrophe between theirs and theirs?
Yeah. That's a good point too. And so I've heard this argument before where it's just like, well, we use the plural as singular all the time, so it should be fine. But when you only use the plural,
but sometimes
as the singular, you realize, oh, sometimes this turns into a fucking train wreck,
right?
And then the reasons that we're doing this, instead of like just woman being her and being he, or even like trans woman being she, that's also fine. When you have this new category, which is from anything I've observed based on somebody being narcissistic or wanting to grab some sort of attention, or it being based on some sort of wacky ideological reasons that we're having to implement this new bit of nonsense, it's just wholly unnecessary. But anyway, back to the contention that you made, that he might not have gotten so wrapped up on that, and and it more being the base issues themselves than being the grammar Nazi. So I think that's a good point,
right? But in the case of like earlier, Oliver Thorne changing his name to Abigail, and now Abigail's a she. Would Hitch call her a she?
Well, like the only people I've come across who don't call a trans person who they transition to are like Ben Shapiro. It's only that type of person. Like if somebody, well, I've worked with two different people who are transgender, both men who become women. It's just like I don't have much of a problem. I don't care. Most people don't care. As
long as you halfway present.
Yeah,
you don't even have to be that good at it.
Well, it's usually the people who use like the weird pronouns.
Just show me you're trying,
or like the they thems who aren't trying. It's like I'm wearing a dress, but I have a beard.
God, I don't. Dude, that's always you're they. That's
always the them. But no, like most people, it's just like they're transitioning now. They're wanting to be a woman, and it works out pretty fine. So I would be surprised if he would take the position of, there would probably have to be something at some point in his writings where he would talk about transgenderism, I would suspect, but I can't imagine that he would have much to say on it. Besides, if you want to transition, go for it. If you see yourself as a woman now, I'll acknowledge that, and it's not a big deal beyond that.
Would he like draw? Would he like draw a line or draw some borders around masculine and feminine? In that, if someone demands they be referred to as a she, but they don't act feminine at all, would he go all Jordan Peterson on them?
It's disrupting the
meeting. I suspect he might. Put his foot down there. And it's like, okay, you're showing feminine traits, but you want me to call you a he. And in the Hitch brain, that does not compute. I gotta go somewhere with that. And I'm not gonna just go to the ambiguous they just because you ask it of me.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you there. Like, again, like most of these are going to be, I don't know,
case by
lead. It's going to be leanings, but yeah, I'm leaning. That sounds like a pretty salient take on how Hitchens would view it. And a lot of what has happened in the last few years with the transgender issues, you do get a lot of that, and but you're just expected to go along with it. And then I think Hitchens would say, no, I'm not. Wait a minute, I'm not going along with everything. You know?
Right.
I want people to be happy, and don't want people to get beaten down for who they are. But I'm not going to just go along with anything that anybody says because I'm supposed to. So yeah, I think that sounds about right. That's about as good of an assumption as I could come up with.
That sounds fair. How about let's start with mask mandates.
Before we get on to what he would think about COVID stuff, let's go to Trump. And in my position, I would have to just completely agree with Sam Harris. And that Hitchens, I would assume, would just think that Trump is the bile of the universe and would just not.
You believe Trump is like dangerous, like
dangerous and just generally a sack of garbage.
Yeah. An existential threat.
An existential threat and a repulsive human being.
Right.
Yeah, I think he would hate and I don't think he would trust somebody who's never smoked or doesn't drink.
Yeah, he would probably bring that up, wouldn't he?
Yeah, you would probably phrase it that way. It's like you couldn't trust somebody who doesn't enjoy a nice glass of scotch and something like that. But
would he be as hard on China?
Oh, that is a good question.
Ain't it though? I've never heard him say a nice thing about the Chinese regime.
I think he would be pretty hard on them. And I think as he had such immense solidarity with the Kurds, I think another person who came up like just at the end of his life and has become much more prominent as a few years after he died, I think Hitchens would be fierce against Erdogan. As he had such solidarity with the Kurds, against Assad and Hussein. I think it would be the same. I think he would be pretty brutal against Erdogan. So on that note, I think he would be pretty unforgiving of the repression of the Muslim minority in China.
So maybe his stance would be like the Chinese are communists in name only, but there's certainly no social safety net. There's
I
no
need
social
to
justice.
I need to try to stray away from self-indulgence because what I'm having trouble like thinking of like what he would think and remove that from my thoughts of
right,
of what China is, what it actually is.
Yeah, I don't think he would have any delusions about it.
No. Yeah, I don't think he would be. Yeah, I don't think he'd be very forgiving about the repression of minorities in China, and at the same time, I guess I'm trying to think of what his thoughts would be as far as how to deal with the whole foreign policy issue regarding China. If you were in,
that's a pretty tough one.
As far as from the vantage point,
what do we do about it?
Of the United States,
what do we do about Taiwan? Yeah, I don't know.
And their main allies, Japan and Britain. I have no idea. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't think he would be taking the position of being overly defensive of China, as many have taken over the last couple of years, especially regarding the pandemic has changed a lot of that, as well as it was fashionable to be a little more like not, I wouldn't say pro-China, but like opposed to America's adversarial nature towards China because of Trump. It's like, well, Trump's being kind of hawkish on China, so you got to kind of flip that on its head because it's so fashionable to just take whatever Trump says, do the opposite.
Right.
So I don't think he would have gone down that road at all. But yeah, I'm not sure what his overall position would be, but I think he would be pretty vocal about the repression of the Muslim minority in China. I think he would be pretty staunch about that. Other than that, I'm not too sure.
Right. Yeah, his anti-authoritarian streak is too strong, I think.
Yeah, no, his anti-authoritarian streak was absolute and unwavering. And yeah, it also his streak of being he was pretty ruthless on the Kurds in Iraq, also the slaughter of the East Timorese against the Indonesian government. That was one of his main indictments of Kissinger. And
nobody talks about it.
And the American government at that time, he was a pretty he had a pretty hardline position on that. Was pretty vocal about being against Sudarto and the military junta in Indonesia and the brutal genocide of the Timorese. So there was also a pretty large streak throughout his career of not just anti-authoritarianism, but standing up for repressed minorities at the hands of authoritarianism. So I think that would have carried over into his positions on China.
Yeah, I largely agree on that.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I guess on Taiwan, like I think since especially later in life, he became more of a liberal as opposed to a socialist. And just, I think the thought of seeing a very liberal in every sense country,
right,
that has been moving in that direction very well, get crushed by this giant authoritarian blob. I don't think
that would be a hell no threshold.
Exactly. That would be that would be a hell no threshold for him, I would think. That seems to make sense.
Can we take a 5-minute for bio break?
We'll take it's just a 6-minute, which will be a 0 second for the audience. Okay, where did we leave off?
I just had so many ideas about not ideas of what Hitchens would say, just ideas of curiosity of what would Hitch say. Everything from our free speech issues, cancel culture, the power of social media platforms. I would have loved to have seen him on Twitter. He never really took to it, but I think he might have eventually.
I think a lot of people like him weren't really on Twitter by the time he died. Like I don't think.
No,
like,
I certainly wasn't.
Yeah. Well, I was. I
thought it was dumb. It was like microblogging, which was such a stupid way of marketing Twitter.
I didn't understand it at all. I was pretty critical.
It encouraged an economy of words, and I think that is where Hitchens would have excelled.
Yeah, because all his book, he was very good at little quips, and all his books are short. Like these only books that are long are his essay collections, and all his actual just single issue polemical books are all very short. And so he might have very well excelled at all of that.
Yeah, giving him half a chance, he would have been like, oh. I think he would have settled down quite comfortably within the Twitterverse. One thing I particularly like about Twitter is it forces you to make economies of the words that you use. And where unless you want a thread, which you have to consciously, think about beforehand versus like Facebook or a blog or something where you can just start typing and before you know it, you've got a big wall of text. Twitter, imposes that 200 character limit on you,
mm-hmm.
where you have to put your thoughts together in bite-sized chunks, and it forces you to shave off any flowery extraneous stuff.
Although that's been circumvented in part, two things with just shorthand and threads, and they made it easier for threads.
Oh, that's a great. What about emojis? Would Hitchens ever?
I would be astonished.
I would be too.
That would be bizarre. I don't think so. And a lot of serious people, like I never see use emojis. Even the odd smiley face here and there, I'll see is not very fitting of some people. But I could never see him use emojis. No.
Yeah, my rule is no more than one for every 2 sentences, and that's pushing it. But if I use more than 2 emojis in anything, I have to really think about it. Do I really need to do this many emojis? And back-to-back emojis are just a no-no. But that's just me. Back to Hitch. I don't think. Maybe he would have done it with a certain sense of irony. He might have thrown around the eggplant once in a while, just for a good dick joke.
Yes.
But he died too soon. I think Twitter would have been a wonderful outlet for him if he applied himself to it for 2 seconds.
There was an op-ed on him recently. Obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, unsurprisingly, it was recent, regarding the 10th anniversary of his death, that he was sort of alive at the wrong time. All of his prominence was in the 90s and the first decade of the new millennium. Sort of the sort of the pinnacle of the great nap, as Eric Weinstein would put it, when things were really slow, and that he wasn't alive for. He was too young during a lot of the major moments of the Cold War, and then didn't live to see all the major issues of the last 10 years. And it was alive at the wrong time. of sorts, and was too much of a force for too calm of times. So that is perhaps quite apt.
How would you feel about where free speech starts to butt heads with social media platforms of private companies?
Ooh.
How would you feel about Twitter banning Trump? I'm not sure he would be happy about it.
Yeah. Well, again,
I think he would absolutely.
This is where I have to like remove my own thoughts from his. Yeah, because I know Harris was happy with Trump being removed from Twitter because he's seen him as such a danger, whereas I was not. Even though I think my thoughts at this point on Trump are pretty clear, but I just didn't see it as helpful. Like he would find other ways to get his horse shit out there,
right?
Without Twitter.
Did it do anything?
Well, at the same time, emboldening the paranoia of his most ardent supporters,
right?
And so I just seen that as a no brainer, and I can't still understand anybody's position on that, of wanting him off Twitter or cutting him off the air of certain of his White House addresses or anything of that sort. I just see that as very naive for anybody to take that position and completely beyond my understanding. So yeah, I'm not too sure, but yeah, I would lean pretty strongly towards agreeing with you that he wouldn't like Trump or what he's saying, but at the same time, not wanting the precedent set of these platforms having that level of leverage, and also just not seeing it as a productive action to take, a very counterproductive action to take.
Would it go as far as saying these social media platforms are utility and must be compelled by the government to allow speech?
I think I just straight up have no idea. I have no idea. You?
I think maybe to the extent that he could regard social media as a utility and say, look, if it's a utility, there should be some rules, and free speech should be the default. Barring extreme circumstances such as incitement.
Mm-hmm.
But even blatant disinformation, I don't think he would be in favor of censure of. This kind of goes back to Assange and even Glenn Greenwald, whose name I now remember. He probably might disagree with some things, although he would probably agree with Assange on a great many of things. I think.
I think that was
advocate for Assange, and Assange may not be in the position he's in right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Greenwald became big because of Assange at first.
Yeah,
and so that was really another thing that was really post Hitchens. But I imagine him and Greenwald would have not been.
They wouldn't have been friends.
No, it would have been similar between Greenwald and Harris, where they're pretty much enemies. And I think Greenwald would have made the same.
Are attacks. They now? Really?
Oh, they always.
Sam Harris.
They always have been, because Greenwald would make attacks on Harris for his positions on Afghanistan, and then his critique of radical Islam. And so Greenwald will like cherry pick things that Harris would say and use that against him. And Harris wouldn't take too kindly to that. And so I think the same sort of accusations would be levied towards Hitchens from Greenwald in the same sort of way in which Hitchens would probably reply not too kindly. So, yeah, I don't think there would be a lot of love.
He didn't pull any punches with Chomsky.
He did, actually. I think he did because they were on pretty good terms for such a long time. Chomsky didn't pull any punches on Hitchens. Actually, I think
he said some shitty things.
I think Chomsky like went way too far and was just completely like manufacturing punches about Hitchens, which were unfair. Whereas Hitchens was apologetic in tone of his criticism towards Chomsky, whereas Harris wasn't. And I think it had to do with Harris and Chomsky have never met each other, whereas Hitchens and Chomsky had a working relationship for many years and were sort of in the same trenches on some issues for a long period of time. And actually would have known each other. And so I think like with people like Chomsky and Tariq Ali, how they seen Hitchens as sort of like a traitor after 9/11. And it sort of amplified their criticism of him and sort of and embellishments of what his actual positions were. And there was sort of a quasi debate they were having on Democracy Now!, Tariq Ali and Hitchens with on Amy Goodman's program. And I can't remember either Ali or Goodman got Hitchens to elaborate his position on one thing, and Tariq Ali sort of had a snide remark, and it's like, oh, that's good to hear, Christopher, that's your position on that. I thought you would have taken. I feared that you'd become like David Horowitz, and just sort of like going from being a Marxist to just like a complete right wing lunatic, which was pretty cheap and an unfair thing to say, where it's like, hey, we don't agree on the Iraq War, so that means that Hitchens is a neocon, right? Has become this really hardline neocon maniac, which he never became. There was this one news clip where I think it was CNN, and they had one person on who was for the war and one person on who was against the war, and they thought they were getting two conservatives on, one for and one against. Mm-hmm. And the one who was against, like Andrew Sullivan, was against the war, and they were friends too, Hitchens and Sullivan. But the sort of the premise of the show is like, well, we have two conservatives on, one for the war, one against, and it pans to Christopher Hitchens' face. If looks could kill, man. If looks could kill, when they called him a conservative, like just the look on his face says everything. And then he interrupts the reporter and says, "Not a conservative," and she's like, "Sorry, not a conservative." She's like, "Not a conservative? No, thank you." Oh, I'll send it to you. It's like a short, it's like a short little like scene. It's only like a 5-minute thing, and Sullivan and Hitchens have a pretty cordial back and forth. Like they were on opposite sides on the war, but liked each other. But just the first few seconds when she calls him a conservative and he just gives her the death glare. It's just beautiful. But I think Hitchens did pull a lot of punches with Chomsky, whereas a lot of people who were more on the fence or more in favor of the Bush wars wouldn't. He did. The tone he would speak in reference to, Chomsky's criticisms of him.
Yeah, I don't remember any personal attacks.
Yeah,
Hitchens.
No, none. Yeah, it was.
Chomsky threw a couple.
He's
a drunk.
He threw quite. Yeah, but no, it was George Galloway. I don't think Chomsky ever called him a drunk. George Galloway called him
Scott Galloway.
No, George Galloway.
George Galloway. Okay.
Scott Galloway. Well, Scott Galloway. There's two Scott Galloways. There's the Canadian novelist and the
techie guy.
The techie guy. Yeah. No, George Galloway is a Scottish politician. Very, 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 very left wing.
S&P kind of guy.
No, he had his own party. I can't remember what it was called, but it was pretty,
right.
Left.
Left of the S&P is, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't actually, I'm not sure if he's a Scottish nationalist or not, which would be like the big thing. But yeah, it generally would be left of
right.
SNP in general on other issues. But yeah, but maybe you're right. Maybe Chomsky did call him a drunk. I'm not sure, but there was one moment where they had
he made a gin blossom comment.
Oh, he did,
which I thought was a little harsh. Yeah. And I think that's pretty cheap, and I think that just ends up being a bad reflection on yourself, because everybody knew that right. Hitchens drank a lot, but it never really showed that much. And there's like so many like morning show talks he would do, like a lot of C-SPAN talks. There's one I watched not too long ago where it was him and Peter, and they would do that a few times. They would get both of them on. And then Peter flew over, and so he was in the studio in DC. Right. Peter Hitchens, you mean?
Yeah. Sorry, if anybody doesn't know, Christopher Hitchens has also a well-known journalist, polemicist, younger brother, right, who's very right-wing in England, named right. Peter Hitchens.
So their debates are awesome. Go look them up.
Yeah. Go look them all up. And so, yeah, Peter flew over and was in Washington, and it was during the period when Hitch was living in San Francisco for a while. And so he came on via studio air and was corresponding with him that way. And so Peter's in a black suit and looks very Tory, and he's all well done. And then Christopher, he's on via Comlink in San Francisco.
It looks like Berkowitz.
Oh yeah, pretty much. Like he's got like his jacket's all messed up, and he's got one button undone, and like the tie's kind of loose, and like the tie is just fucking ugly as hell, and he looks hungover. his hair is a mess.
Right.
But like you just look at him and it's like, this guy is just not gonna have anything productive to say. But he just like does this whole hour-long show, and he's never slow to getting to any points or anything like that. I don't know how he did it. Sam Harris had a really good. I was getting somewhere else, and now I'm going off on tangents. But Sam Harris had a really good anecdote about Christopher Hitchens and like how he just didn't understand how the man functioned.
Right?
Is that they did that famous debate in Mexico where it was Hitchens, Harris, and Dennett versus some rabbi I'm not familiar with, Dinesh D'Souza, and Taleb, with Bob Wright also kind of in the middle, because what the debate was supposed to be was they booked and they expected Blogging Heads Bob to take the pro-religious side, but he's like, I don't really agree with those guys either, so I'll take the middle position. So it's to be 3-on-1 against 2, and then Taleb sort of butted himself into the debate because he was there for the conference debate thing the day before for something on economics, and then he wanted to get himself into the religion debate. So then it ended up being 3-on-3 with Bob sort of lonely in the middle, taking his own position. So it was after that debate that Hitchens they were at the debate and at the conference all day, and that it was late at night, and like Harris was going to go back to his hotel and sleep, and Hitchens was having scotch and a clubhouse sandwich, and then after, and then just having this late night lunch with Harris, and so after he was done his sandwich and his scotch, he was getting on a plane to go to DC to do a talk first thing in the morning. And so he was at this conference hall, and he just like how do you do it?
Yeah.
And I never seen a
Chasers. He drinks a lot of water.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've never seen him drink water.
No. I haven't either. That's just
a lot of I think coffee. He would drink a lot of coffee.
Maybe, yeah.
So I think, but it was always either coffee or scotch. But so yeah, I think it was coffee, scotch, and cigarettes. That was what he lived off of. But yeah, like all the talks I seen of him on TV or at some live event, no matter what time of day it was or anything, no matter how disheveled or non-disheveled he looked, like he always, his mind was always together. Like he was always on point.
It's amazing. Yeah.
And he like never staggered with what he was saying, never staggered with trying to, like maybe the odd time, like after a really long debate at the end, he would start like, let's wrap this up. Like this is a long debate, maybe looking a little bit tired, but other than that, like never any TV appearance would he ever look tired or like scrambling to get his thoughts together or anything like that. And how, I have no idea.
Yeah. Some people can do that. And some people, yeah, they can function, or their brain can function quite well, heavily inebriated. And
or like in the morning.
I've had moments, but
yeah,
I can't, there's no way I could count on that. There's no way in hell I would, get drunk for a job interview or something like that. It just, universally bad idea.
Being like overweight and in your 50s,
Yeah.
So just, yeah, that was always something. But yeah,
Hitchens.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask, would Hitchens go so far as to want to somehow nationalize or nationalize, I guess is the best word I can think of, social media platforms, which are, like the modern mediums of free speech. I think he would see the conflict in between free speech and privately run social media platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he would find some place to take a stand there. And I don't know if it'd go as far as nationalization, or we need to have a government run site so everybody can speak freely or something like that. But I still sense that he would push back very hard on private platforms censoring people and look for some sort of ways of counterbalancing that. As opposed to the other position of saying, well, it's not government's job to tell private platforms what they can and can't publish on their platform. I think he would acknowledge that, but he would find that as subservient to the ultimate idea of liberalism of free speech.
I guess the only, like, this is very question marky for me, and I think the most points of interest could be generated from you on this matter. But the only thing I can think of is I can't think of many instances where he would take a very simplistic American libertarian view on anything. So I couldn't see him just make the point of, well, these are private companies, so what are you going to do? Let them do what they want, and you don't have a problem with it, go somewhere else. I couldn't imagine him making that kind of argument.
Right.
And because there is more to it than that, and that is just a really basic ham-fisted ideological argument, and
it's hard to imagine
that alone is very away from how we would look at numerous other issues, or even how he would just approach issues in general. It just imagine him, going at something with this very base level, ham-fisted ideological basis. Just doesn't seem realistic to think he would take that position. So I think he would have a lot more to say that was more, dare I say, nuanced and elaborate.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine what he was ideological on much as far as isms, whether it's capitalism, libertarianism, socialism, communism, Marxism. Mm-hmm. He never went. I mean, he would never go full Marxist. He'd never go full communist or full liberal. His first principles seem to be a little deeper than that.
Very much so. Like, he might have been a lot more Marxist, like maybe like when he was very young and like in the 70s. There's not much of his writing from around then, and most of his stuff is like even from the 80s. His stuff is lesser known and in less abundance. It's mostly like the last 20 years of his life. And then in that time frame, it's very much not following the party line on an ideology. And even in the 80s, like the left position was to be against the Falklands, and he wasn't. He was in favor of Thatcher, and pretty harsh on Thatcher on everything else.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So like even then, 30 years before his death, he took an outsider position within his tribe, and took a very first principled position. I think that ties back again to his hatred of authoritarians, because that's what that war was. You had a dictator going in to invade islands that were a part of a different sovereign nation, and he just didn't have any much leeway for that sort of situation. So I think he would have a very firm and well foundation first principled position on it. What it would be, I have no idea.
So, well, that leads us into the modern invasion scenarios, such as Taiwan and Ukraine. And I think he would be very staunchly in favor of Taiwan, to the extent of wanting Western involvement in defending Taiwan, and maybe to a slightly lesser extent to Ukraine.
I think he would be equally in favor of both. I just think maybe he would have a position where he wouldn't want NATO to be provoking Russia in any way, but he wouldn't be soft on Putin.
No, you make a great point there. He would probably point out, hey, all these Baltic countries are a part of NATO now. No wonder Russia is paranoid.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe,
but at the same time,
it's not a great idea.
At the same time, like, all those nations like have good reason to be a part of NATO, and to have NATO forces stationed there near the Russian border, they of course have very good reason to do so. No, I just think more in the immediate, like, he would not want NATO to do anything more to maybe try to provoke a war. But I don't know, maybe he would take a really hawkish position that, like, not many people are taking, and to, like, say, like, push Ukraine to be a part of NATO and, like, get forces in there. I really don't know. That's hard to say. Like, it's
hard to imagine taking Putin's side on anything.
Well, the only thing I could be certain on is that he would, like, be extremely anti-Putin, and then all the other specifics, I'm just not too sure.
Right.
But he definitely was fearless and wouldn't be scared to, like, be the only person on an island. And maybe he would have this outlier position of just trying to call Russia's bluff and just not and being angered by what Russia's already done the last 7 years in the Ukraine, as far as blatantly invading the east of the Ukraine. Like you can put it whatever way, like they're supporting the rebels. It's like, nah, they're completely funding. Like those rebels are like even proxies is kind of muddying the waters. They're like auxiliary forces of the Russian Federation, occupying a part of the Ukraine, not to mention Crimea. That incident's there. So I think he would be pretty harsh on Russia as a whole already from what they've already been doing in the Ukraine. It would maybe, especially now that they have Zelensky as president after the pro-Russian president's gone, and you have a very liberal president in power, that he would want to bolster up a free Ukraine even more against the.
I think that'd be real important to him.
Against the authoritarian Russia. But like what he'd want to do about it, I'm not really too sure. Right. That'd be hard to say.
Well, before we get to masks, vaccines, and lockdowns, which I think is a big one,
we got to do Trump. We just sort of like skimmed on what he would think about Trump, but like I think on Trump, I think
he would just be viscerally repulsed by Trump, and I
think he would be. I think he would be particularly repulsed by his maybe I shouldn't say attitude, but like his actions in his life towards women. I think he would be pretty unforgiving about that, and it would point that out. His behavior in treatment of women throughout his life.
That throws me on a tangent.
Okay.
Because Hitchens has a reputation for generally being pro women, pro empowerment of women, even arming of women, I believe. But at the same time, he ran into some hot water pretty late in his life for making the claim.
The women aren't funny essay.
Women aren't funny. Yes. I was like, dude, why? Where did that come from?
I don't know either. I haven't read it in so long. I can't even remember what the substance is. So but yeah, that was pretty.
Somehow I could be remembering this wrong, but it was like some sort of evolutionary biological standpoint. Like men got funny because it got them laid, and women don't need to be funny in order to get laid. So it's not evolutionarily advantageous for women to be funny and da 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 da. And it's like, okay, but just empirically, at least my personal experience,
I think Joan Rivers sort of ruins that.
Right. I would have loved that debate. Just Joan Rivers and Chris Hitchens. Would that be some funny shit?
On women being funny. Yeah. She was fucking hilarious. But I can't really remember that much, and I just not getting it and just not making sense. And like I don't know what his intentions were. Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty amongst Hitchens fans, that's pretty high up there on like least favorite Hitchens.
What the fuck, dude? Right.
Yeah. The women aren't funny essay. Yeah.
All right, skipping over that.
Yeah. It's that does really contradict a lot of things that he said about women, rights of women, and like rights of women in third world countries or even first world countries, like just even being favorable to American feminists. Of course, his very staunch support of Ayaan Hirsi Ali, and go down the list. And then the women are funny. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So it's sort of weird. But even like, I guess if you'd grant, like, let's say his position is like there's really his deep conviction, women aren't funny. Well, that doesn't mean that he has a position that, women should be treated poorly or abused or anything.
Yeah,
like that.
yeah. I didn't take it as that. Is just some sort of
So with Trump,
claim he made from the weight of evidence somehow.
Yeah, and maybe he was even being just facetious,
maybe a little bit.
Yeah,
provocative for the fuck of it.
Yeah,
because he'd do that once in a while. But I like to look at globalization and free trade for just a minute, because that's something that liberals and conservatives and socialists have danced around and have changed positions on. And I'm not too familiar with what Hitchens' position was at any point as far as free trade goes.
He wasn't that astute on economics in general, so I think that's right. That's a big that. So I don't know how much he actually has written on that. He was definitely more of a student of history and literature than economics. So,
what do you have in a position on what, maybe globalization of outsourcing jobs would have to do with the labor movement, of which he was mostly in favor? Because, I mean, outsourcing jobs just, gelded the unions to the point where they didn't have any power anymore. And the Labor parties or the Democratic Party, which depended on the union vote, eventually just kind of got to see him as, there's no money in it. I got to go where the money is. I got to go to the bankers or somebody, because I can't, union support isn't going to get me in office like it used to. Which Hitchens has seen that from at least a political perspective. Whereas, he had to have witnessed, the waning power of unions, but it didn't seem to be on the forefront of his mind at any point.
Yeah,
not that I could remember. I'd like to maybe go through some of his early '80s stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe with what's his name? The great conservative debater, Buckley.
Oh, yeah, with Bill Buckley.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe there's something there.
He seemed to be a very pro immigration and freedom of movement. Was very important to him.
Yeah, the allowance of opportunity was
right.
a big sticking point for him. Yeah,
and I don't think he ever got to the point of, well, we're allowing capital to go wherever it wants. Why can't we allow people to go where they want? Or there's a disconnect there. You can restrict immigration, but if you let capital go and outsource their labor, then you still got the same problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he quite went there or made that kind of connection. I think he was just pro-immigration, just on principle.
Yeah, I think so too.
And would probably, I think he might be he would have been on the extreme end as far as immigration goes, where lots of people say, I don't think we should demonize people south of the border, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, you must be for open borders. Mm-hmm. I think Hitchens would probably come out and say, well, yeah, I am open borders. Is that going too far?
Maybe just a tiny bit on just the matter of, he would have been very in favor of screening people for being opposed to, the fundamental
democracy, liberalism, free speech,
liberal position,
free religion.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
That's where
he wasn't too keen on
intolerant.
Precisely. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So he wouldn't have taken the ultra libertarian or AOC sort of position on that, because actually I don't even know what the ultra libertarian view is on how to moderate that.
They don't even know.
and then AOC just doesn't think that that's a problem. I think you're right. The libertarians, they don't really know. They just live in fantasy world. But actually, I'm trying to remember. Hitchens had a really good line on American libertarians. It was a really great quote. I think this would also speak to his abilities on Twitter. But he says, I think it's something along the lines of, I think it's really cute that there's a political ideology that think that there's some people in America that don't have enough money.
Right. Oh, yeah. That's, yeah. Cut into the quick of that. Yeah.
This, you sort of caught me, as we've been in this conversation for a long time, and then on something that I have never thought about at all. I'm really not too sure. I think you definitely have more to say on this one than I did. I don't think I have anything more to say on it than that.
Yeah, I don't have any much more insight other than the curiosity. That would be, if anything, entertaining. So the fun part, the meat part, the part that you've all been waiting for, masks, vaccines, lockdowns.
One thing that's not always a solid metric, but something to think about, is that he on most things he pretty much always disagreed with his dear brother Peter. And so with the younger Hitchens being I think the person who coined masks being muzzles and being very visceral.
I haven't followed Peter in a long time, but he went that way.
Oh, immediately. Peter's been just a fucking shit biscuit during the whole pandemic. The only thing that's good is that he's been some of his criticisms of Boris have been pretty good. So, but other than that, he went straight to masks or muzzles. I'm pretty sure he was, I don't know if he coined that or not. I just don't know, but he was the first person I seen say that, the very first person. And so on that note, maybe Christopher would have been found a lot more favorable towards all of that. I'm not really too sure. Maybe he would have even spent a lot of his time on the lab leak thing, and taking the side of being of support of people like Matt Ridley, and saying that this is something that we need to discuss, and sort of the stifling of lab leak. Maybe that's a big position he would have spent a lot of time on.
You mean early on, spring, summer 2020, where he'd be like, hey, wait a second, just because Trump says it doesn't mean that it is not true.
Yeah, that's right. And so maybe he would have found particular issues to spend a lot of his time on, especially not being a scientist. Because a lot of people have done that. I'm not a scientist. There's some of these things I'm just not going to be spending a lot of time on.
You might draw a false equivalence of, yes, you're so oppressed because you have to wear a mask. It's just like Crystal knocked.
Yeah.
Get over yourself.
I could see that. But I think that, this is one thing where I would imagine he would be pretty much in the same camp as Sam Harris on pretty much everything. And
I think he might have a lot of pushback on the lockdown part.
I was thinking about that too. Yeah. No.
And maybe even vaccines on the premise of bodily autonomy. Maybe drawing the line at if you choose not to get a vaccine, there are certain privileges, certain freedoms, even that you are implicitly giving up on. That you can't just expect to be unvaxxed and get on an airplane or on a cruise ship with other people. That, society is a thing and personal responsibility is a thing. And
yeah, that is possible. Yeah, I think you have a point there.
But he'd draw the line at mandates, I think. I think that might even be a hell no threshold for the Hitch as far as mandates go. For the military, that'd be different. But for people, and maybe even on the level of private companies, like airlines, for example, requiring get a vax or you're fired, Hitch might push back on that.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. I think that's something I'm going to have to sit on for a while. I can't come up with too much impromptu. I think those are all really good points. But I couldn't see him going down the road of some other people where they just think that like this is concentration camps and so on and so forth.
He'd be like, you guys just don't know.
Yeah.
You guys are pussies. I'm sorry. You guys don't know what a concentration camp is.
Yeah, that was a big thing for him too. People, ignorance of facts from the Second World War. He wasn't too lenient on.
No.
So I think once those equivalencies started coming up with vaccine mandates and and anything to do with the Holocaust and quarantines, and that also being anything to do with the Holocaust, I think he would have started issuing drop kits.
He would have been triggered.
Yeah.
Like you guys don't even. Yeah.
Don't. Yeah. I think he would have. There would have been some
can't equivocate.
Hitch slaps going around,
right?
As they would say.
Yes.
But yeah, no, he makes some good points. Maybe he would have had some pushback on certain aspects of lockdowns and mask and vaccine mandates. That is possible. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Or what about like happened during the pandemic, but not pandemic related, but probably one that could bring up. What if his thoughts may have been on the happy fun time January 6th occasion?
Oh, he would have lost his shit.
Yeah.
I think he would have been very alarmed by that.
Yeah. And if he was at this point in time, like, would he be wanting to see people like Alex Jones and Bannon and the Goblin himself thrown through the cleaners, like some are trying to do?
In what sense? Just
in
the public forum or
indicted
legally?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what angle he would take. He would probably assign a lot of blame to Trump and to Bannon, and probably call for a legal remedy of some sort.
Actually, that's that on those types of people. I think like. He was much more obscure then, but almost a household name now, but like Alex Jones, it's almost weird when I think about it this way. Like I still can't believe that like Alex Jones has gotten the prominence that he has. It's bizarre, right. And also not good. It's sort of a temperature check for the health of society that he's able to have gotten more prominence. It's not funny anymore.
It's like arm in arm with the flat Earth and Rome was not real. And
but the flat Earth, they're so innocuous. It's just like it's such its own thing, flat Earth. But it's a level of.
I saw a bumper sticker on a light pole the other day of flat Earth. NASA is lying to you. I got a picture of it because I was like, oh my God, they're here. But they're among us.
Once in a while, I'll hear something about like somebody who knows somebody who's a flat earther. Oh, wow. I would just like to talk to one of them for like 20 minutes and just not even argue with them, just like listen and like to see how much bullshit.
Let them tie themselves in the knots.
Yeah. Not even just see what they have to say. Just like it's like watching an animal in the zoo. Just like, oh, interesting. But to Alex Jones, like Hitchens was brutal against truthers, and so to see like somebody like Alex,
even 9/11 truthers,
like the truthers, So I think to see him become so prominent and have the ear of the president, and also having like more people listen to him, I think he would have like been going out of his way to go after Alex Jones. And
really,
I think
you think so?
At this point, like the last couple,
he might have thought Alex beneath him that even address him would pull him down or would cheapen the debate.
No, I think once he got
that, he would feel like he's battling wits with the unarmed, and that wasn't really his style.
No, I think once he got prominence, he would find it necessary to do so because I think he has the attention of so many people. Then he would deem it necessary, and it wouldn't be too hard, like, but not just to just to try to criticize somebody who's an imbecile, but compound that with like the one thing that a lot of people do criticize Alex Jones before already was everything he had to do with Sandy Hook. But I think Hitchens would have found it necessary to go out of his way to try to make it clear that this guy is a dangerous lunatic that needs to never be taken seriously on anything or anybody.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, I'm trying to think if we have anything. I guess one more thing I'll bring up, and then if you have any more Hitchens in his 60s and 70s counterfactuals that we never got to enjoy, points. What would he have thought of the IDW in general? I think him and Sam Harris would have maintained a friendship from.
Oh, he would have had fun with it. I thought
from that point, but like.
He'd hang out with Jordan Peterson. He might even hang out with freaking Ben Shapiro.
Like I wonder, what he would have thought of like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan and Dave Rubin.
I don't think he'd think much of Joe Rogan.
Yeah,
he'd be fine. I think with the Weinsteins. Don't know how to pronounce it. I think he and Jordan Peterson would had a great time together. They would disagree like hell, but they would have fun.
Interesting.
And it would be better. It would be better than Zizek. It would be Zizek times 2.
Okay.
I think that would be some really entertaining shit.
I kind of wonder.
I don't think you would have much patience for Rogan.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And Dave Rubin, he wouldn't give him the time of day.
Well, I could see like a situation when Rubin's show is like up and starting, that he would go on there once and be like, "This guy's, a couple short." Yeah. On that note, just side note, have you ever seen Yanis Varoufakis on Rubin?
I seem to think that I did, but I don't remember a lot of it.
It's hilarious. Because it's reasonably long, and Yanis doesn't try to really dumb down his thoughts on the economics within Europe, and he goes into thorough explanations, and you see Rubin just like nodding along and like sort of throwing like the odd yeah, and sort of like,
we got all these new ideas.
These ideas are great. But you could tell he's like nodding along and has no idea what he's talking about, like what Yanis is saying.
Where to go with that? Yeah,
he's just like, he'll throw him the odd like. He's just. You could tell
these are ideas I've never heard before.
Words. I thought Europe was a country. Oh, wow. But it's you got to watch it. It's hilarious.
Okay, I'm putting that on my list.
Just to watch Rubin like have a full interview with somebody, and he clearly has no idea what his guest is saying about anything at any point. But on your point with Peter, I thought about, and I sort of went through like the opposite. I sort of thought like maybe they wouldn't have like absolutely not got along, and it would have gotten ugly, and like what would that have looked like? But
Peterson might have cut it short just because Hitchens is a godless dick atheist. He's almost an Ayn Rand kind of atheist.
If you listen to him more and more, actually, I think out of like the four who are seen as like the main mega atheists, I think Hitchens has
really
most balanced out of the four of them. I'd say him, then
more than Harris,
then Dennett, then Dawkins. When you like, if you listen to what he says beyond what's in the book, and like the book is just like sort of like a collection of like cherry picked like worst things of religion throughout history,
right?
But if you listen to a lot of what he's actually, if you or anybody who's listening wants to get the best example of this, just listen to simply the famous like Four Horsemen discussion, which took place in his apartment in 2008 or something like that, which was recently published as a book, and with a nice introduction, with a bunch of introductory essays by the other three, not him obviously, and then an introduction by Stephen Fry. And the last bit of the conversation is the most interesting, the last third or so. Hitchens brings up he sort of butts in with like a question, which takes up pretty much the rest of the discussion after that. It's like, if you had the choice, he pretty much poses like the philosophical question, like, he doesn't phrase it like this, but like pretty much if you have like a light switch and it's like you can hit off and like religion goes away, would you? Mm-hmm. And like Dawkins, of course, like right away, like absolutely. Right. And I think Dennett. I can't remember Harris's position. No, Hitchens would said absolutely not. And two reasons, and one, he takes him a long time to describe, and I'm still trying to like figure it out. But the one is that the second is more interesting, I think, but the one that is also interesting is that he wouldn't want the arguments to stop. And he feels like having the ability to have religious people there to argue with allows him to keep bolstering.
It kept him alive, like Vader's hate.
I need them to thrive.
Right.
I must dunk on the religious.
Right.
No, is that having them to debate with allows his position to get better. And so if they weren't around, he wants to keep making his positions and his ideas better. And so if it just disappeared, then he wouldn't, it would be one less tool. It would be it didn't even seem like that was his argument. It'd be one less tool to allow liberal humanism to become more rounded and stronger, if there wasn't that thing to contend with. And the other, which is the better point, and is more in line with my view on religion, which I hearing him say this, I think it makes him a much more serious interlocutor on the matter of religion, was that he acknowledged, which I don't think Dawkins is ever really wants to acknowledge, or just doesn't acknowledge, or tries to skirt around, and I think lives in a little more of a fantastical realm where you can just, well, we're all just going to live into the scientific secular humanist paradise someday. But it's just that it won't go away. Like Hitchens' his position was that it's not going to go away. You need to keep combating dogmatism, but religion's not going anywhere. There's something more there. And so I found him out of those four, and really a lot of the other, like it was really arbitrary that those four were the new atheists, because there's also like Michael Shermer and Steven Pinker and Lawrence Krauss, all pretty much have the same positions and are well-known people and also run in those circles. Yeah. But I found Hitchens to have, the more rounded position on religion than any of them.
So was there a time where he and Taleb were in the same room where they had a debate?
Yeah, that was that debate in Mexico.
Okay.
But they didn't
I'd
really
love to
have
see that.
That debate I didn't watch for a long time because I'd watched so many of those debates. There's a couple of reasons. So I'd watched so many of those debates. It's like, I don't want to watch another one. And the reason I stopped watching that one years ago was the first guy who talks on the pro-religion side is some rabbi, and he is just insufferable and unbearable to listen to. And so I just shut it off. And the reason I went back to it, in a point where I feel Harris completely shit the bed, is like, as you know, like Harris and Taleb hate each other. And so a lot of people go after Taleb just for having a personality deficit in some areas. And so, Harris hasn't been as bad as some people. Like I've seen Charles Murray and Michael Shermer just like try to take real cheap shots after Taleb and like try to circumvent his actual points by just sort of saying like, well, you're an asshole. Sort of makes them look stupid. But Harris on that debate said, go back to that debate and try to find something coherent out of anything Nassim Taleb had to say. And then he like made a big deal about how Taleb sort of like nudged his way into that debate. And I find Taleb's points in that debate the best out of anybody. And a lot of it comes back to his concept of the turkey problem. If you remember from Black Swan,
for our audience.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the turkey is this ties in with a lot of his criticisms of Steven Pinker. Is that like you can look at sort of a graph? Yeah. It's like things keep getting better for the turkey, and it's like the last year of the turkey's life. It's like things really get a lot better, and like leading up to autumn, it's like, oh, there's a big spike in life for turkey, and then on Thanksgiving Day, you look at the graph, it's just a straight downward spike for the turkey. So so you don't know things until it happens, and that which ties into a lot of what Taleb has to say is like you should be more concerned with the unknown than what you
just because it's not in the data doesn't mean it's not there.
Exactly, and so he tied that in with his religion argument, is that you don't really know. And then I'm not sure if it was in this debate, but Taleb also makes a lot of good points about hypocrisy. Is that like, a lot of people are going to criticize the bishops, and as you should, but they're not going to criticize the economists. And when
right, yeah,
and then that is just brazen hypocrisy, and he's absolutely right. It's like somebody is going to have this pie in the sky economic theory, and you're going to follow that, but then the bishops are stupid. And that's a lot of clever
I think
argument.
The priesthood of economists has been pretty much sullied and desecrated at this point. I mean, nobody likes economists. The economists are the butt of just about every joke. I mean,
I think
you win a Nobel Prize as an economist, it's like a kiss of death.
That, but there's a lot of people out there who still think like economists are like to the economy what chemists are to chemistry.
Right. Yeah.
That's a lot bigger problem than I think you think. You're in the know.
Okay.
So there's a lot of people, and not any denigration of just the layman, but just a lot of regular people are going to know like the amount of just bullshit that's out there. And so they'll see like, economist wrote this in the paper this morning.
Right.
And they just don't really know that like so much that
so much of it is a priesthood.
It's not this, this level of scientific rigor that's going into to figure out economics.
Right.
It's not like a chemist talking about chemistry. And so I think that is, I think there is a lot of identifying the nakedness of the emperor, but I think there is still a lot of the illusion that that economics is a lot more concrete and scientific than it actually is. But on that debate, I found Taleb to make the best points out of any of them. But that's the only time I think they've been in the same room. And they didn't really have any. There was a bit of back and forth between Taleb and Dennett. It's worth watching for you or anybody. You have to suffer through that rabbi and Dinesh, unfortunately. Oh, Dinesh. He's so fucking shitty.
Oh, God. Yeah.
But it's sort of weird too. Like Taleb had those two on his team and like they were making the same kind of points. It's like, well, if you don't have religion, how do you have any morals?
Morality and
it's worth watching for that. There's some, Taleb's points are interesting. Bob has some good points. And Hitchens has some good quips. So it's definitely worth watching for that. So that's I think the only time that they were in the same room together, and there wasn't really much debate in back and forth
directly
between those two in particular. Mostly
and the world is poor because of it.
Yeah, well, with considering those are two people that are just both
irascible, contrarian.
Yeah, I think it might have just. I don't think there could have been much of an interaction between the two, unfortunately. Those are two very disagreeable people.
Right. I would pay to see that.
Yeah.
Like
a one-on-one between the two would be.
Oh, I would. Yeah, I would totally pay-per-view that. $50. Yeah. I'm there, dude.
Yeah. Boxing level charges.
Yes.
Yeah. Taleb versus Hitchens. But so I think we went over all of it.
One more thing, just to bring it all home. So what if Judeo-Christianity is more or less right, thematically right? There's a heaven, there's a hell, there's a God. He judges you. And somehow, I don't know how, but Hitchens makes it into heaven.
Oh, right. I'm glad. Good. We were going to bring this up. You remembered.
Yes. And it would make that's our other sitcom is Hitchens in heaven. Just being a pain in everybody's ass.
That's why Kissinger won't die. He doesn't want to go to heaven to have to deal with Hitch. He knows Hitchens.
Oh God,
he knows Hitchens is waiting for him.
Right.
That's why he's like 100 years old and fat and looks like he's dead, but just won't die. Yeah, he'd be trolling Mother Teresa and Princess Diana. But yeah, within like what's in heaven within theology? Like, would there be scotch and cigarettes in
gotta
heaven?
Be. Or he wouldn't go.
Just send me to hell. At least there'll be smoke. Yeah. That would be just in heaven, the sitcom. I could just imagine like there's just this bar on a cloud and he's always sitting there just issuing scorn at everybody. Yep. Hitchens in heaven. All right. Shall we leave it there?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. Thanks for listening to the show, everybody. There'll be more episodes coming for you in the future. Be sure to check out endcoronavirus.org and worldhealthnetwork.global for more information on the organization. Thanks to Michelle from Make Good Together for doing the graphics for the show, and a huge thanks to Tracy, the noble producer of the show. If you listen to the show on either YouTube or podcast format, well, they are available on both, and be sure to like and subscribe and comment on those. All the best. Till next time.